PT Limited, and he's joining us from Singapore. So, well, let's welcome him.
Drum roll.
So, Kevin, how are you today? Welcome, and we look forward to learning so many new things from you today.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I just got off doing a webinar for PayPal, and we were talking about energy management actually because of mental health day yesterday, and so yeah, it was very exciting to do so. So I'm happy.
Well, friends, we are live right now across all social media, including Instagram. And if you have a question, you can actually use the chat function to indulge with Kevin on the show live, and we will display your name and ask that question. So, Kevin, energy management, that is what we want to discuss today. As I said, I have never thought about energy management be linked to my performance.
And the planet exists is on energy, not necessarily on time, and how we fill the time. And I think for us is how do we manage this energy that we have, or lack thereof of energy, and because of all the situation of mental health and all of this particulars, I would say that our energy is really taxed. I mean, it is the great thing about understanding it is that how do they come together? We consciously as human beings love to manage things. And so, but I think it's the awareness of understanding that first of all, our bodies and everything that we do is driven by energy. And so it's a currency and it is finite. However, the great thing is we are renewable. We're just like a battery, a renewable battery. We are able to, if we use the right input. So that is important. And so that we get rid of the stuff that that drains us of energy, but also bring in what actually accelerates and boosts our energy. And I think that's the important thing is how do we balance that? How do we manage that? That's what we're talking about.
I think many people would say that it's a science, because you talked about energy, electricity, kinetic energy. We are like batteries and stuff like that. So how can we use science to understand what is our need and how we can plan it to our progression and also eventually increase our performance? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Science has done an awful lot of work, I believe, in different areas around energy. You just need to talk about MC squared, M is equals MC squared, right? And so energy, and Einstein was an incredible input of how we can look at science and how energy is used. But I think, it's not just a science, it's also an art. And you brought that up a little bit earlier. And I just want to share with you, the art is in the management of ourselves and being able to do that, and mixed with the science of understanding that our energy is depleted. And our energy is depleted in different ways. And so the different ways that it is depleted and also boosted is through the mental energy, the physical energy, the social energy, the emotional energy, and the spiritual energy. So all of these are capacities, a way we can build our energy and gain from, but it also can drain us depending on the negativity and things. There's also a wonderful, by a scientist, and he's a psychologist, he's a scientist, and his name is Dr. Stephen Gilligan. And he says the river runs through you until it doesn't. So the river runs through you until it doesn't. So what does that mean? It means that this currency of energy is constantly running through you until it gets a blockage. It gets a dam that's put in front of you. It gets a congestion which is put in front of you. All of these are things that happen until it doesn't. Then that's when the blocks are happening. And that's where we start to find different ways of having to deal with burnout and all sorts of things that happen in our lives. And this has to do with the science of our bodies, right? And this is important that we understand that we are energetic beings. And that is about movement. Everything is a movement. So you use the word kinetic. So whether it's kinetic or potential energy, right? Is kinetic energy is the energy of movement. Potential energy is, which is still, but it moves. There's still energy within it. It's bound. It's not free. And this is important to be able to have the balance between this potential, which might be silent and unbounded inside, and to be able to mix it with a dynamic and bounded way of living, so that the two bounds who equalize each other help to certainly work together to give us that impetus of having an energetic body, and therefore we're able to make better decisions, better conversations, all sorts of things that can drive, because energy is what we move from. And how do you get it? I mean, you need to have the right food. Food can either drain it or also accelerate it. We have to have exercise. We have to have good thinking. We have to have enough sleep. We have to have water. All of this stuff is science, and it's also an art of how to create this good food so that it is actually, helping us. We get enough nutrition. So our bodies are science, and the way they work together inside of us is like an art form. So everything is helping us in that sense.
Well, Kevin, I think what you're telling us that we can use science to evaluate our energy requirement. We need to have right patterns to sleep, right things to eat, depending on our situation. So we can actually use science to find out what is my need, and then I can have the right ingredients to generate potential energy and kinetic energy within our body. So I think that part is clear. But I think the question is, what gives me kick is different from what gives you kick, or what gives the other person a kick, because each person gets a different kind of kick in their life. And this is
absolutely.
So I think science is very methodical. You can make your Excel spreadsheets and you can follow the diet patterns, sleep patterns, and all that. But when it comes to this aspect, which is the art side of whole thing, it's very difficult because it's very subjective. Do you have any suggestions to our viewers about, controlling their life by utilizing the energy in positive things? I think that is really why I'm asking.
So I like to use the metaphor of a bank account. So a bank account, you have credits and you have debits. All right. And you also have a balance sheet, and you also have an investment portfolio, and you also have a variety of different bank accounts, perhaps. And we look at these individually. So in each bank account that we have, there might be the mental bank account, the physical bank account, the spiritual, social, and emotional bank accounts. And in there, we need to do an audit. We need to do an audit in our lives. What drives and gives us energy in that particular, or credits our energy in that particular bank account, and what also debits it. And so once you find out this audit, you can, because it is independent, it is subjective, it certainly is, everybody is different. Whatever gives you a kick, as you say, is different than what I get as a kick. So that's why the audit must be done individually, because it's not the same for everyone. But there will be some habits which do certainly overlap. It's just how do we do them and how do we interact with them? The important thing here is making micro steps towards a more energetic balance in your life. So I suggest is that you do an audit and you look at what credits and what debits that you have. And those debits, do you want to get rid of them, or do you want to transform them into something else, or do you just want to stop them completely? But it's a bit like looking at negative and positive, but it is looking at what boosts and what drains, or it's like credits and debits. So that's what I'm looking at, think of it as a bank account, because this is currency. Currency is a movement. And that is what we do in a bank account. It is always moving, sadly enough. It's mostly going out as opposed to coming in. But the point here is that often at different times of our life, that more is going out and not as much coming in the way that we have energy and things that drive our energy. And that's where the mental health issues have increased, is because the debits are high at this point in time. We need to find lesson, and we need to find more things in our lives that will energize or credit our life.
I think you're using a very interesting analogy when you try to compare it with banking system and talk about debits and credits. But I think it's easier said than done, and you definitely require, I mean, any normal human being will require a guru, a teacher who will teach all this about what gives you kick, because I think energy is finite and we have to utilize the energy in the right fashion. So do you have any suggestion, tools, techniques, or how do we do it, or people can reach out to you? What is your suggestion and in order to properly budget our energy on a daily basis?
Yeah, you need a coaching accountant. Yeah. So, well, I think that first of all, it's the awareness, understanding the awareness, and most people don't want to spend the time to sort of, oh yeah, I get a kick out of doing exercise, fine, and then they forget about it. They don't realize and internalize that actually gives them something, and so that when they're not doing that kick, is that they start to feel lethargic. They start to have the effects of something like this, and they forget that that's what gives them the kick or the energy or the credit, a bank account. So as far as I'm concerned is that, again, it's about awareness, sitting down and doing an audit. I mean, everybody can do an audit. If you don't balance your bank account, which I've never done, but I've audited and looked at how much I'm spending and how much I'm also earning, that type of thing. And that's important for us to understand. Working with a coach is absolutely incredible to be able to do that, because we can then look at what is energizing you and what is not in those particular, and we can talk it out. We can then identify it by writing it down. We can identify it through different processes. I have a variety of life hacks that I suggest to people, and whatever gives them excitement, and just as examples. And also, I think that is on my website. And also, I have a form, which is a life wheel, which is the investment portfolio that I suggest that this is how we are invested in our lives, which is in money or energy. And also, there's two different types of audits that you can do. And I think, so if people are interested, these are free downloads on my website. They're able to have this, which I think is important. Just remembering also the mindset is something that's important that goes along with, because that's energy as well as everything is. And it's what will drive, it will drive you. So mindset, when I was in Mongolia, a young girl said to me, mindset is your capital. So if you think about that, capital, what is that? That is currency, that is money, that is investment, that is your mindset, is energy. And it is also what will drive your performance in many ways. And that's why you need to know what drives it. That's one of the things that also, for example, and why people don't perform well, right, is because they're given tasks at work that don't drive or inspire their energy. They actually drain them. And this is one thing that we don't think about. We just think, get the job done. It is about, well, what does inspire me? What would drive me? And we don't look at that. We're too busy, apparently. Doing what I don't know.
Well, I think you're making a lot of sense, because I think this is the most important aspect of our life. So before we get on to other things, I think we need to fix our energy utilization, because if we are just wasting our energy in some useless activities, we are not achieving, we are not performing. And in the end of the day, our mindset is very negative. So I think you're making a lot of sense, Kevin. And you have given free information to our viewers. I think that is great. But just in case if people want to reach out to you just for this aspect of understanding how to utilize their energy, is there a place they can write to you? I mean, they can write to us. We will make that connection happen. But they can also.
Yeah, and they can make the connection through you, Chandra, or they can also connect with me at my website, or which also they can connect with me at info@kevincottam.com. Sure. And my website is www.thenomadicmindset.com. And so happily, if you want to be able to connect with me, I'm grateful to chat, share.
In fact, I really loved today's discussion. It opened up my mind. I think that is one more aspect that we should think through before taking up any task during the day. Apart from checking our mails and checking our calendar, I think this is something that we must also do. And you also use very powerful word today, which is audit of energy, which is finite. So Kevin, thank you so much for giving us all this information and knowledge. We will catch up with you in the next one.
Great. Thanks enough a lot, Chandra. I'm really happy to be here and sharing.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technology and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very special guest, Ritu Gupta, who is a PR consultant and also having her own consultancy. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How's going?
Thank you.
Everyone locked down days, how you're spending?
Well, it is, I'm very positive that what PM is doing is very good for the nation.
Correct, very nice. And I really feel very proud today morning when I heard his message that he said that all Indians are great and they are doing great, they are cooperating and they are showing their strength to the world. And I really felt very good. And I thought, let me also discuss with you and find out how you feel about that.
Yes, I feel very happy and I heard the PM addressing the nation and my analysis is that he has requested the Indian public that on 5th April, Sunday, 9 p.m. in the evening for 9 minutes, everyone should come out of the houses. They should switch off the lights and they should come out of the houses and light a torch, flashlight, candle or diya as per their wishes, because PM has always been very positive. Now this gesture of his, the request shows that he wants the Indian masses to come together and show their strength to the world, to everyone for the fight against corona. Since the day one of the lockdown, when the lockdown was announced, he has always been very positive. Narendra Modi ji knows the ground reality of the nation, and this is the way that he wants everyone to come together. And he has always stressed on social distancing, but not on emotional distancing. So this task, I may say, or the things we are supposed to do on Sunday evening, it's a kind of getting emotionally connected to the people who are the frontline workers. And yes, India is setting an example to the world that this way we can fight against corona. See, at the moment, corona has killed so many people around the world. So I think what Modi ji is requesting everyone, we should all follow what he says. This in a way is good for us, for the future generation and for the country.
Correct. And the way he asks people to be connected, and the way he asks all young generation and old generation, and he has that ability to take everybody together. And moreover, when you just mentioned about the frontline professionals who are doing great job. He also,
Yes.
in his messages, he also asked her to really pray for them. And I really salute them, the kind of work they are doing. These are all COVID warriors, and we should also help them, and we should always boost their morale so that they keep on doing great work. So at the same time, I also want to appreciate our leader, our prime minister, who is also very, in a very simple way, want to convey the message, which all messages are very important for the people, and we all should cooperate, and we are cooperating, and in fact, so we should all do more for to come to, so that this whole situation will pass easily and we come out winner. What do you say?
Definitely. I agree with you because, PM has the leadership quality. I mean, this is the first PM in India who's so dynamic and has the leadership quality. In fact, in the last Mann Ki Baat, he expressed his gratitude and thanks for all the people like the doctors, even the bank staff, like the farmers and the frontline workers, also the nurses and the other people, even the sanitation people also. So I think we should listen to him, follow what he says, and this is for the benefit of the country, because right now we are going through a very bad time health wise. So I think we should, and people are following him. Most of the people
are following. Most of the people, they are
Yes.
following things, but we have to do more, take up the more responsibilities, and stay safe,
Yes.
stay at home, and propagate that kind of message to everybody. And at the same time, I take an opportunity that this is a disease which is connected with human, not with the animals. So in case if you have any chance to take care of the animals and want to give some food, so we all are free to do that. And
Yes.
yes, so any other message, and how you're spending your time nowadays in 21?
Sorry?
How you're spending your time?
Well, I am meditating a lot, and I'm like busy in household chores. I'm meditating a lot, and plus, yes, like you said, I make it a point that every evening I feed 5 street dogs or cows or whatsoever animal I find, and I try feeding poor people also. The daily wages, some of them are still here, and it's very difficult for them to survive. So I have given up one time of me, and that one time of me I do give to someone. So this is humanity, and this is the time to show the humanitarian gesture also.
Yeah, you are doing a great work, Ritu. Please keep on doing, and be safe, stay healthy, and we will be doing. We will be lighting lights in our balcony and the front door on 5th at 9.
Yes.
So stay safe. It was nice talking to you. We'll meet again and discuss more interesting episodes, interesting information. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma. During this pandemic, even young achievers are doing great work. We will be discussing about their contribution and achievement. But before that, a word on our giveaway.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion.
Hello friends, we have a very wonderful child from India, and she is showing us project. And you know, when kids show us projects or something special they have done, it is so wonderful. It is so awesome. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Tia Bedi from India. So welcome to the show, Tia. How are you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I'm fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. So, you see, these are summer vacations. You must be doing something, right?
Yes, ma'am. Empathy means to understand the feelings of others. Uh,
So,
that is empathy.
you have done something which is kind of a case study or kind of a project, or it is like you have made a model. How you have done it?
It's a project, ma'am. So I sold 20 odd paintings to the people who were unknown to us, as my mother wanted me to face the rejection as well. So after selling the 20 paintings, the money I got, I transferred it to a bank account of an orphanage.
That is such a wonderful act you have done, and that to that young age. I think that is something everybody should be doing. But I also want to ask you how this beautiful idea of compassion came into being, and how really you planned it.
Ma'am, I my mother gave me the idea of helping people, and I thought I was good at painting, so let me sell paint some of my paintings, and the money earned I would give it to the orphanage.
So, if I can ask you how much you have donated to the orphanage in Manipur?
I've donated about 2,000 rupees to the orphanage at Manipur.
That is so wonderful, and it is so wonderful gesture. I think all other children should be learning from you the kind of work you have done, and at that too in this COVID period. I think many children should join you, and they should do some creative, compassionate work. So, what are your next plans,
Ma'am, I am recently working on Project Empathy Part 2.
and what you will be doing there?
Ma'am, it's a secret. I don't want to tell anyone right now, but I will share it after some time.
Okay, so I think while talking to you, I really got very impressed the kind of work you have done, and I know that you are a good in painting, and you also like cooking, and the project which you have done, it has really must have impacted all orphanage children, and they must be very happy about the help you have given to them.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I told the sister specifically, the sister who takes care of the orphan children, that uh, you can please buy them the stuff they want with this money.
Okay, that's great. So, last message, what you want to share to all your friends and children who are watching you?
Ma'am, I want to share that from this project I learned how to understand others' feelings.
Yes, that is very great, because this is the time mankind and human beings should understand each other's problem and cooperate and come out from this, especially pandemic, in a flying color. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Tia, and I look forward to talk to you regarding maybe your second project or any project you would like would be doing in the future. So thank you so much. Take care. Bye
Thank,
bye.
thank you, ma'am. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week, I present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of global IT sourcing and procurement at Novartis.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to another little version of our little insight with tomorrow's leaders. And today we've got Chandrasen, who is going to give us a nice wave. Give us a wave, Chandrasen. Nice big wave and a smile. There we go. Fantastic. And a big smile. Yeah, we're going to get a smile going through. And what today we're going to be talking about is robotics. So, Chandrasen, this is over to you. What is it about robotics that you get excited about?
I get excited by fixing the parts of the robot.
By fixing it, so manufacturing it. And do you
Yeah.
follow a plan, or do you create your own plan?
I follow the plan.
You follow the plan. Well, that's a message for everybody. And when you follow the plan, does it always work?
Not every time.
Okay, not every time. So when it does work, how do you feel?
Very nice.
Very nice. Okay, jolly good. Well, come on then. Tell me about robotics. What have you built recently?
I'll just build a robot. Name the wheelbot.
Okay, and can we see a picture of this robot that you've built?
Yeah, I'm just sharing the screen.
Okay, here it comes. Brilliant.
This is the main body of the robot. It has all the gears and machinery in it. I'll just take out the wheel to show it to you. As you can see.
Oh, right. The wheels just click off.
As you can see.
Excellent. And I can see it's got, so that's one of the big wheels. Yeah.
It has three to four gears with a motor. The motor is powered by a solar panel, which is over
Where's
here.
You show the solar panel? The solar panel's there. Well, it's on the top, so that's obviously where the solar panel is going to be.
When we keep it in the sunlight, it gets powered.
And those wires that are coming out, is that the feed from the solar panel?
Yeah. This is negative and this is positive, which transfers energy to the motor, and the gear system move the wheels.
Okay, you talk about a gear system. So this is, for the very professional people, we've got a power to weight ratio here. So this looks quite a light robot. Does it move very fast when it's ready?
No, it's medium speed.
Medium speed.
It's not fast, it's not slow.
Okay. And do you have a remote control with it, or is that something to be done in the future?
No.
There's something to be done in the future.
Yes.
So how long did it take you to build this robot?
2 to 3 days.
And what was the most exciting part about building the robot?
Building the central body of it.
Building the central body. Was that quite detailed? Was that quite intricate?
Yeah,
Did it fall apart a few times before you put it together?
yeah, three to four times it happened.
3 to 4 times, but you persevered with it. So you had patience.
Yes.
Did it annoy you when it fell apart?
No.
You just decided to put it back together again, and next time it's going to work.
Yeah.
Jolly good. And what part of it was the real exciting part? So you said you like putting it together and physically following the plan. But what time did you have the biggest smile on your face?
When everything was apart.
When everything was apart? Well, all the little bits? Or when it was put together?
Yeah.
So when it was put together, that was the biggest smile on your face?
Yeah, it was.
So when it actually was it when it started to work? When you started to see it move?
Yeah, that was the exciting part.
So explain to me when it starts, when you've literally put that last piece together. Just explain to me what you did and how you felt.
I just put the wheels together. I felt very nice.
And when you put, so were the wheels the last thing you put into the robot?
It's the small wheels.
Just the small wheels at the back. Okay, so you had the big wheels on and the small wheels at the back. And it was in your hand. And what did you do then? So you must have been pushing it with your hand.
Yeah.
So what did you do then? Were you scared it might not work? Were you excited? Where did you take it to make it work?
I just read the book.
Okay, so you read the book and you've got this little robot in your hand, but how did you know it was going to work? Where did you actually go to make it work? Because you needed sunlight to charge the solar panel.
Yeah, I just went to my balcony and it started working.
Were the wheels turning in your hand, or did you put it on the floor and then the wheels start to turn?
When I put it on the floor.
And when you're on your balcony, were you worried it might actually fall off the balcony?
No, I was not.
No. Okay. And when it started to work on the balcony, were you on your own or was someone else with you?
On my own.
On your own. Did you go on your own because you wanted to see it for yourself first?
Yes.
And how did it make you feel when you saw that?
Very exciting.
Really exciting. Did you jump up and down?
No.
Did you smile?
Of course I did.
Of course you did. Okay, well, put the smile on your face that you did when that started to work. Let's see how big that smile was. Well, that's not a very big smile, is it? But how big a smile was it?
Like this.
Okay, almost. Were you punching in the air to say, yeah, it works?
No, I was not.
No? Oh, well, next time you do that, try that and see if you feel any better. Okay? Because, I mean, 2 days' work is a long time, isn't it? So 2 days focus, 2 days patience, putting it all together. Were you thinking about it not working?
No.
Yeah, so you knew it was going to work.
Yeah, I know it was going to work.
You knew it was going to work. So you had faith in what you'd done, what you'd put together.
Yeah. I'm working on my second project. It's the boat, as you can see.
Yeah, we can see that.
We can just take out the central body and fix it here, and take out the wheels and put propellers over here in the boat. It will start working.
Excellent. So what you've got is you've got a central control system, as we would call it, and that's got multiple uses. So it's got one use in one arena, and it's got another similar use in a different arena.
Yeah.
So how are you going to create the propulsion? You mentioned propellers. Have you got a propeller you can show us? Or have you got to make that?
It's not with me right now. I
Okay.
can't. Not right now.
So you've got to make that propeller.
Yeah.
Are you going to make that from a kit like you've made those wheels?
Yeah.
Excellent. And that's the part that you really like, is it? What is it about creating things that you like? What gives you that? Why is it so exciting when you create things?
Because it's the last part of it.
And what about the plans? Do you really look at those plans all the way through, or do you just pick up the plans and just do it?
I just read the plans and then do it.
Okay. And how many times do you read the plans?
2 to 3 times.
2 to 3 times. Why do you read it 2 to 3 times?
If I have any mistake, I can correct it.
So you do it so that you can just make sure that you've got it right in your mind, so you know how things are going to go.
Yes.
And what is it about the plans? Would you like to create plans when you get older, to make the plans?
No.
No, you don't want to make the plans. You want to stick to making the robot themselves, do you?
Yes.
And if you've got a boat, which is your next project,
Yeah.
what project would be after that one?
I will make a motorcycle.
A motorcycle. Okay. So we've gone to a robot with 4 wheels, to a boat with a propeller, to a motorcycle with 2 wheels.
Yeah.
And how a motorcycle, with a robot that's got 4 wheels, it's very stable because 4 wheels sit on the ground. How are you going to make your motorcycle be stable?
I will put 3 wheels in it.
3 wheels. Oh, that's a smart move. So how's that? How will it look like? Just try and explain to everybody how that motorcycle will look like.
It has 3 wheels in back and 1 wheel in front.
Oh, so 4 wheels. You're going to put 3 wheels at the back and 1 wheel at the front.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be very stable, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be very stable.
And do you think it will go faster than your first robot?
No,
Why is that then? Why don't you think it will go faster?
because this has only 4 wheels. It will be 3 wheels to balance it. It will not balance. So I will take more time to do it.
Okay. And you're going to use the same power source?
Yeah.
That's probably why it won't go any faster then. Because you're using the same power. Have you thought about increasing the power? What would you do to increase the power?
I'll just keep 2 solar panels.
2 solar panels. And what will 2 solar panels do to your power?
It will create much energy with, and it will have 2 motors.
So will you get twice the power, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what they call a linear relationship. Have you heard of a linear relationship?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you've learned something new today. If I do one thing this way and then I double it, I get twice as much. So it's a linear relationship. If I put 3 times as many, what happens?
It's 3 times the energy.
3 times the energy, exactly. So it's linear. And it's all they also call it modular. So you learned a few new words today that perhaps weren't on your plans and in your vocabulary. So when this idea about robotics started, do you want to use this experience that you're finding now? Would you like to make a career, do it in the future when you get older?
No,
No. So what would you like to be doing in the future?
I will like to do computeristic.
So computer development. And do you see this robotics as being a good step for that?
Yeah.
Well, it's been really exciting talking with you today. What one thing would you say to young people that are watching out there about what they should be doing?
They should build robots.
And what would that help them do?
It will help them to, in the future, they will help them to make robots.
So it's good to help. It's good to get the mind thinking about creating robots, because in the future we're all going to have robots, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, robots are going to be doing everything for us, hopefully. Well, good luck with your next project, with your boat. And once you finish that, perhaps we can have another discussion about what it was about your boat.
Yes, sir. I will let you know.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, we're going to say goodbye to everybody today. And we say
Bye.
goodbye with a big smile. Big smile?
Bye.
Punch the air? Yeah. Okay. Nice to see you.
Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we are discussing about media relation. PR is a performance recognition and how media relation plays a vital role in media relation activity. Stick around to this episode till the end to know more about it.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmach Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmach Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmach Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmach.com and click on Genius program to know more.
Welcome back, friends. And today we have a guest, Ritu Gupta, who is a PR professional, and we will be discussing with her about media relations and why media relations are so important. So, welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Absolutely fine. Thank you, Kanchan, and feeling very fine and happy to be again back to your show.
It is always lovely to talk to you, and then you also give a lot of information about especially the PR industry and how to be a good PR professional, since you have a very a vast span of experience in public relations. So today I would like to ask you, what is this media relation?
Media relations is the most important aspect, one of the important aspect, and the most important aspect of public relations. So, public relations cannot exist without having media relations. So, a public relation executive, a public relation practitioner, or a PRO working anywhere in any organization for an individual, for anything, has to have good relationship in the media, whether it's print media, it is satellite media, it is any form of media. You have to have good relations because it is the media which gives publicity to your thinking, to the project you have undertaken, the PR person has undertaken. So it is a very important thing to have relations with media, because it is the media which gives you the publicity. It is the media which gives you the kind of publicity you're looking out for. So you should know various people in media, be in touch with them, talk to them, send them your press releases, invite them for your press conferences, invite them for the press visits. So this is how you maintain media relations.
Well, for a layman, I guess media relation is contacting mediums of communication like radio, newspaper, television, even today like social media. Now, what are those tactics where we can apply for any launch or for any company who want to create awareness about their product or services? So, what are those tactics one can follow?
Okay, so any person who's looking out for any kind of publicity, the company should have one PR person who has specialized in media relations. That PR person has to have media record, media list, where they have the name of the people working in TV channel, where they have the names, the list of the people working in newspapers, magazines. You know, people especially looking out for the social portals, the media portals. You should have the list of these people. Keep talking to them, sending them emails, inviting them to your organization. And when you are organizing any kind of publicity through press conferences, you invite those people. So maintaining media relation, first of all, you should know that who is working in which media house, what is the job of that person, who is there in the input department, who is there in the output department also, the right people. If your product is about, let's say, if it's a political thing, then you should know who's covering the political beat, the political journalist. If it's about health, then you should know who's the person who looks after the health journalism, talks about the health. Then same goes for other verticals also. So those are the right people to whom you give your press releases, invite them for into your organization. They are the people who are going to write and give your news to various media. So this is media relations.
Well, now the question arises: what is difference between giving an advertisement and creating a media toolkit? Oh, sorry,
Okay, so
media
giving
relation.
Okay, so advertising is a hardcore sales form. Everything is paid for. It's a paid form of publicity where you want people to see your product, buy your product. You design a creative on various medias because you want to sell out your product. But in public relations, we do not sell the product, whereas we make an image about the product. We make an image. For example, I just want to give you one example. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi became Prime Minister in 2014, in 2010 only his public relation work was being created where people were talking about Leher, Achhe Din, all those kind of things. So what were they doing? They were creating a platform, they were creating an image about a person, whereas in 2014, the final thing was done. So in the same manner, when we talk about any new product being launched, for example, now you can take your self-test of COVID sitting at home. There is one particular product you have to buy that costs around 200 rupees from the chemist, and you can take your COVID test at home. So for that, the image was already being created during the second wave of COVID, that we don't get time to go out to the doctors. What do we do? Do we have something where we can test ourselves, do the self-COVID test sitting at home? Now the product is launched. And I do see Mr. Akshay Kumar being the brand ambassador and selling out the product. Now that is advertising. But before that, before advertising, the PR work goes on. And PR and advertising, as we say in our industry, they are like husband and wife, always going out together.
Well, definitely, because PR plays a very important role when we have to pitch in and or we have to create a mind share, and eventually that turns into footfalls in any of the product or services arena. Now, there's a age of social media. So, what has changed
Yes.
in this industry? When how
A lot has,
how
yeah.
social media is being taken care and is acting as a tool for public relations.
Yes, a lot has changed in public relation industry because public relation industry was based on personal meetings. Meeting, going out, meeting your clients, meeting the prospective clients, giving your, letting people know that you are present in the market by personally being present on various events. But now we can't do that. It's not really possible. Most of the people are refraining. So those things are being done digitally, online. We are having online press conferences also. We are having online events also where different people are being invited. So, as you said, the social media, this is the new vertical for public relation industry. And it's one of the very strong vertical to work upon, a very strong tool of public relation. Because speaking, reading, writing were tools, but now the social media is one of the tools. And it is a very strong add-on tool to satellite channels, newspapers, radio. I mean, the print media and the broadcast media, this is the very strong add-on tool. So the PR people, they have to learn to use various kind of, computers, various kind of apps. They should know that how to promote their products, services, and idea through these social media. If you really want to be successful, you have to learn all these things in today's time.
So, any media relations you have done lately where you want to show that this is how we have worked with the product or any services.
Okay, so the I will discuss about it because this was an event just before the COVID started into 2020 in February. So what we did, we have a client and he wrote a book about himself, an autobiography and industry. So he wanted the book launch. So the book was the product and he wanted the book launch. So what I did, we did a function for him in the Shangri-La Hotel, Delhi, and where we also organized an award function to go along with the book for the upcoming new entrepreneurs. So there we had to invite the media people because you do any kind of event, any kind of function, it is not successful if you do not have media writing about it, media talking about it. So the different media people were invited and the award function took place, and after that there was a question and answer round about his book and also the work that person does, being an industries. So he has various industries, clothing industry, he's into clothing industry. So what is the work he was doing? So in a way his book got publicity and also he himself, his business got the publicity. So you have to invite the media people. For that you have to do a lot of work, that you have to prepare the press kit and what you're going to brief the media about. A briefing session has to be done before the event so that the media knows what exactly is going to happen. They also get time to prepare the questions. They also get to see the event, and the food is a very important part. When any event function takes place, the food is an important part, and you have to be really nice host to the media people so that when they go back, they write good about you. And when the event gets over, the media people, they go back immediately. You have to send them the pictures of the event also, so that when they publish their news, the news is published with the pictures of the event.
Well, Ritu, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and know about media, how it works, and what are the benefits of keeping a good media relations. And as we discussed last episode, that this is a women's place where women thrive when they join public relations. So we'll keep talking about this wonderful topic, public relation and public relation industry in our next episode. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you. Bye bye. Take care.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we will learn about three different types of leadership style, and why three? We will draw your attention to three different individual personality from our history. Three generals who led allies to success during Second World War, which is Eisenhower, Montgomery and General Patton. What was so different between their leadership style and what make them so successful? All three of them. So before we discuss these different leadership traits, a word on our giveaway. Akulmach works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmach Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. So, let me invite my guest today. His name is Mike Bradley. He is a very senior person of our industry. He is a Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena, and he joins us from UK. We will discuss leadership issues with Mike today. Mike, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. Good to be here.
Well, Mike, we want to discuss about the leadership trait, and although there are many leaders across the world, but since you have already have global businesses running, and you're also heading the Scale Up Arena, which is a global organization, from your point of view, what is a what defines a leader?
Well, I think I was going to end with this, but I think Steve Jobs summed it up pretty well. He said, management is about persuading people to do the things they do not want to do, while leadership is about inspiring people to do the things they never thought they could do. And I think that sums up leadership, because it's all about inspiring and helping people to achieve things that they never thought they could achieve. So I think it's all about building up and self-esteem, creating an environment where people can achieve their best and achieve things that they actually didn't realize they were capable of. It's sort of like synergy, 1 and 1 equaling 3. And I think the one is the leader, the other is the person, and together they achieve much more than if they were just on their own. That to me is what leadership's about.
A great answer, Mike. Let me ask you one more thing, which I've seen, from my own experience. A leader is supposed to do strategic thinking, and his team is looking towards the leader for the guidance. And the leader also in a business environment is also reporting to the chief executives or the owner of the company. Now, there is always a challenge for leader to strike a balance, how much leadership he should impart. And if he is actually a strategic thinker, the seniors, chief executives or owner of the company do not value that strategic thinking. So there is always a push and pull for a leader. I think from your point of view, what is right strategy? Do they do things with their own hands, or they should be a strategy thinkers only?
I believe that the best leaders are the ones that are prepared to roll their own sleeves up. The best leaders of organizations are ones who have gone the hard yards. They started at the bottom. They've learnt and developed through a career to get to the top, because they need to understand what the challenges are within the organization, in the different divisions and departments and areas of the organization, in order to be able to support what's required to achieve their goal, their vision, their strategic objectives. And I think there's always, it's very easy to misinterpret the word strategy, because there's a vision, and the vision is, what the organization is there to achieve. There's the mission, the raison d'etre. What is the role of the entire organization? Why does it exist? What does it do every single day? But then there's the strategy, which says, actually, in 3 years' time, this is where we want to be. Or In a year's time, this is the partner we want to be partnering with. But then there's tactical and operational elements. And I believe those are much more short term and medium term. So, you cannot improve and achieve your strategy without getting the operational elements correct. How do you deliver that strategy? And then what do you have to do today on a tactical level that takes you along the journey towards your strategic goal? So I think we've got to get the understanding of the terminology right in that context. That said, from the organizational perspective, the plan in the next 12 months is the role of the executive. They are to lead the organization to achieving the objectives for the coming 12 months, which hopefully form part of the strategy. Otherwise, it's like setting out to go from Delhi to Chennai and ending up in Mumbai. So you've got to know that you're ending up in Chennai before you leave. Otherwise, you're going to end up somewhere you didn't expect to go. But that said, I mean, being in the tech space, it's that you never actually arrive. So you start on the journey to Chennai, but actually, as you go along the road, things have to change. Maybe you have to switch from train to plane. I think about Microsoft in this context, because Microsoft has been around for almost 40 years, but their product is still changing. They've never arrived. They've never said, "Oh, this is the product finished." Because in tech, if they think that, there'll be another entrant that will take over the market. So products are continually evolving and will continue to evolve. And the job of the executives, I think, and this is where there's sometimes a dichotomy with what you suggested, which is the person at the top thinks, this is what we're going to do, and this is the only way we're going to do it. And we're going to do it my way and nothing else. The problem is that approach, shall we call it, for want of a pleasant term, the approach is not necessarily the wisest one in a dynamic, changing world, which we all exist in, because something will be happening that is changing that strategy, that goal, that vision, and the closed-minded team is not going to achieve, whereas an open-minded executive board is going to say, actually, we'll keep listening, we'll keep our eyes open, we'll see what's happening in the marketplace, we'll listen to what our staff are telling us, we're listening to what our clients are telling us, what the market is doing. We'll identify where the direction of the market is going, and we have to move that along. But and I call it, AAA syndrome. Corporate AAA is a major issue, because in an executive board, if they get corporate AAA, which is corporate amnesia, corporate asphyxiation, and corporate arrogance, they will end up in the junkyard of multinationals that thought they knew everything and actually have disappeared. What happened to Kodak? They used to be everywhere at one time. They were the photo booth of the world, but they don't exist anymore. What happened to Thompson? The travel chain. What happened to all these different big brands that are no longer around? Because they didn't move with the times. They didn't adapt the model because they were too, stuck in the corporate AAA, which was amnesia. They'd forgotten, because they got these spreadsheets, and this is true of SMEs as well. If you manage by spreadsheet, actually you've forgotten your customer, and that's where the amnesia sets in. They've forgotten that customers make up the spreadsheets. So any executive or leader that doesn't focus on what my customers, my market, and my prospects telling me they want, and partners, any group that takes their eye off of that is actually not going to keep going. They're not going to optimize their potential. The second one is corporate asphyxiation. As you rightly said, there are leaders who perceive themselves as leaders who think that they have to be in charge and tell everybody what to do. And actually, that autocratic approach means that they no longer breathe fresh air because they've got so high in the clouds. They're so high in the organization, they no longer talk to customers. They no longer talk to their staff. The people who are actually at ground level being told by their customers, we're not happy with the service. The executive team needs to be listening to that and not just thinking, oh, it's just a grumpy customer, we got plenty more. What they actually need to be saying is, why is my customer upset? Because you can guarantee in this world that there will be other companies who maybe are new, but haven't yet made a big entrance into the scene who are actually chomping away at those customers. So when they come to be renewed, the customer's going to think, well, they weren't particularly responsive to my problems. They don't care. They just want to take my money. And so that customer then drops off the edge of the customer base. They're transferred to the new entrant. I mean, the banking sector in the UK is classic for this. Nobody had ever heard of Starling Bank before, but now everybody's heard of Starling Bank because they did things differently. They recognized what the frustrations were, and they addressed the frustrations with the existing incumbents in the marketplace. And the third A is rather obvious: corporate arrogance, which is exactly the point you were making, right? Which is that these executives think that they've arrived. You can't tell us we've got all of these planes around the world, we've got hotel chains, we've got multinationals are great for this. That corporate AAA sort of is part of the stick of rock. If you cut it in half, it's got corporate AAA written inside it. And very few of them actually adapt properly, because they're stuck in these intransigent ways. And the same is true of people. So, not only is it true of the business as an entity, it's also true of the leadership executive team. If they get amnesia and forget that customers and employees are important, if they get asphyxiation and think, I don't need to listen because I know it all, or they get to the point where, oh, I'm at the top, I've got a nice fancy car in a car park, and I don't need to listen to the person driving in on some small two-wheeler. More fool them, because that's not leadership. Leadership is galvanizing the skills that you have within the organization, and delegation is the art of good leadership, and listening is the art of good leadership. We've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and we probably should use them in that ratio.
Of course. In fact, when you are talking about leaders and you come from UK, I can straight away think of 3 individuals, and I think which is Montgomery, Patton, and Eisenhower. And these are the 3 different types of leaders. Patton believed in going out and doing it with his own hands. Eisenhower was a spreadsheet killer. He used to be in his war room and he used to plan things. And Montgomery is somewhere in between. So I think these 3 characters, we can, derive types of leaders out there and types of challenges they are facing today, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always used to differentiate, and I think for me, this has been an important one. You have to differentiate between directors and managers. Directors are leaders, okay? They are people who can galvanize the resources, and a good leader will bring the best people into their team. They won't feel intimidated by having the world's best in their team. They won't feel defensive that, oh dear, maybe this person's perceived to be better than me. actually surround yourself with the best. The manager who manages by spreadsheets and KPIs is going to just surround himself with mediocre people who just meet the numbers. Personally, I want to deal with the extraordinary. I'd rather have the extraordinary team who are continually challenging, continually saying, what about this? Shouldn't we be doing that? Looking for the ways to differentiate value rather than, oh, well, we've arrived, we've achieved, we've just got to do our X calls per day, we just got to do our X leads per day, and then I'll clock off at 5 o'clock and go home. I'm not interested in 9-to-5ers. If somebody can do their job in 2 hours, they can do it in 2 hours, as far as I'm concerned. And some days they might have to work 18 hours. It's not about the number of hours you do or the way you'll change your desk. It's whether you actually deliver a result and you take pride in ensuring success. And that is, again, I think, where the leaders and the directors can galvanize the organization and the individuals within it around their vision, around their mission, around their raison d'etre. Because, you know, I always think that if you think back to the military, okay, who would you want to follow? Would you want to follow the guy who's sitting there counting out the spreadsheets? Or would you want to follow the guy who's actually saying, right, follow me, guys, we're going to go take this tower. We're going to go and conquer this. And I know which one I want to be following. I want to be following the one who's conquering the world, not the one who's sitting there thinking, oh, well, let's have a plan and let's strategize and let's come up with a couple of KPIs. If you fire 3 bullets from over there and you fire 3 bullets, you've done the job. The people who are going to succeed are the ones who are galvanizing people. And I think, you know, there was the, I always call it the 3 E's are the keys to ensuring success is endearment, endeavor, and endurance. So you've got to be able to relate to people. No, forget the politics, forget the, you know, trying to be superior, just get the best out of your people, work with your people. They're all individuals. They've all got skills. As a leader, you're trying to find those skills and make use of them for their good, for your good, and for the organization's good. Secondly, endeavor. You know, it comes from work. If somebody's just sitting there thinking, well, all I've got to do today is I've got to fill out this form and push it from that side of the desk to the next side of the desk, that's never going to help. What's going to help is somebody saying, actually, I can do this better. We should be doing it this way. And really working for the right to improve value, improve service, improve delivery. Those are the sort of people that leaders should be looking for in their organization. And then finally, endurance, of course, is, you know, the ability to keep going when you get a kickback, when you get a knock, is not giving up, but just keeping going. And again, I think that's where, for me, that's what the leader is supposed to be doing. The leader is the person who will bring the best out in people, because he'll encourage that person and praise that person. And when they come to correct, it's not with a whip. It's like, this is how I can help you to do a better job, to achieve more. It's a coaching environment rather than a cajoling or a negative environment. There was a book many years ago, I don't know if you ever read it, Chandra, called 1 Minute Manager. Oh, yeah. Written by Kenneth Blanchard. I loved that book. I mean, very simplistic in some ways, but actually sometimes the simplest methods and simplest things are the best things. And while the statements in that book, one of the catchphrases to remember was, if you want to help people achieve their best, catch them doing something right. If you want to get people to do more good things, make them feel good about themselves. It's not about beating people with a stick. That's never going to help. All people are going to do is get upset or get demotivated, look for another job. But actually, your job as a leader is to make sure you get the best out of them. And the only way you do that is by encouraging them and saying, what you did then was absolutely brilliant. Do it again, do it again, do it again. You know, so I think that's really important. The other thing I think a good leader does is, and this is again about being open-minded, you know, listening, not thinking you know everything, but you've got to be open-minded to find out what the roadblocks are, what's preventing success, or what is slowing up potential. And so the other role of a leader and a leadership team, in my view, is to oil the wheels of the organization, to ensure that the staff are not, and the employees are not being impeded in their role by internal politics, by wrong processes and procedures, by competitive advantages that aren't being addressed. So it's really important, I think, for a leader to be open-minded and also ensure that their role is to keep the team well-oiled and fed. Going back to the military again, I think that was always one of the roles of a military leader. You know, if a squadron or a troop was not fed properly, they wouldn't be able to sustain their role. They wouldn't have the energy for the fight. So one of the most important things to do was to keep people fed, keep oiling the wheels, make sure they feel comfortable, because then they can achieve a lot more than if they are not properly nourished. And so the job of the leader is to nourish the team.
Well, Mike, I think you have given a lot of inputs which are very, very important and valuable. I have just come to a last question, and it's about conflict management. And you yourself mentioned some time back that if you have a smart team and everybody is smart in your team, then obviously there is bound to be conflict of ideas. Some people may say go left, some people will say go right, and leader has to balance it out. What is the best strategy to manage this conflict?
I think it depends on what the subject is, to be honest with you. I believe that you can, I call it anonymized brainstorming. I think if you've got a real conflict of interest, let's say your team, like you say, one team wants to go right, one part of the team, equally intelligent argument, wants to go left. My view is at that point you resort to what I call anonymized brainstorming, which is where you have to talk to each individual and identify from them what their view is of what the top priorities should be. And then come back to the team collectively and say, well, look, having individually spoken with everybody, these are what deemed to be the top 3 priorities. And therefore, this is the strategy we've got to adopt. But by making it anonymized, doing it individually, I think it protects the sensitivities, the self-esteem, the ideas across the group, so that everyone thinks, well, I've had a contribution, I've had my say, and actually this is now what the collective group has agreed to be the right priority. So I would do it that way. I think you very much have to respect people's intellect, and this is about having a good team. Yeah. So you respect their views, respect their intellect, and actually utilize the collective intellect to make the decision.
The problem I see as an individual is that if somebody is saying, hey, let's go left, and the other guy is saying, let's go right, and both are stubborn, then the leader has to really, they have to move away from the democratic values and they have to make a call. So I think that is where what you're saying is that the balanced call is required, and for that experience is also required, because you should be able to take the right call.
Yeah, and I think, and then ultimately, I think what comes back to the group is we've had a collective discussion. We've therefore identified this is what the top priorities are, and therefore that's what we're going to do. So get on board.
Well, I think we have learned a lot, Mike. It has been a great pleasure talking to you about leadership. I think
Thank you.
many people will get a lot of value from this discussion. They can relate to their situation, and they will find the solution for the problem which they may be facing. So I will catch up with you in the next session with you next week.
Look forward to that.
I'd like to say goodbye for now.
Have a great day, Chandra. Or good evening, I should say.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and my name is Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss something very specific which is related to our world today, and how do we build relationship in the world of digital communication. That is the point of discussion for today, and we have a very special guest to discuss on this subject. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you that there is a free giveaway. Please stick around in this discussion, and we will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends, and today we will be discussing about how to build a relationship in the digital age. And for this discussion, we have a very special guest. His name is Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena, joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me invite Mike to the discussion.
Good afternoon, Chandra. Good afternoon. Good to be with you again. I trust you've had a good day.
Yes, great to see you, Mike. And as you know that we are passing through a very severe time, and as per the new norms, the India is actually growing faster, but with all this growth, there is a negative GDP of almost 7% this year. So I think we are struggling as a country. I think a lot of other countries are also struggling.
Yep.
So I think it's very important to build a digital relationship to continue survivability of business. So I think your opinion on this subject is very vital.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think, well, here we are as a testament to the new style of digital communication, Chandra, because over the course of the recent months, we've developed an ongoing connection and relationship without actually, unfortunately, having been able to share a mango lassi and a curry together in Delhi or in London or the south coast of England. So I think this demonstrates that actually you can build connections on a global level with people that you've not met before. And although in time past it would have been nice to have met face to face and develop the relationship and start the relationship that way, we're now in a new era where that isn't necessarily always the case. And what a good job it is, because otherwise I think the world would have collapsed economically probably, 15 months ago?
Well, I think there are some industries which are very badly hit, especially in the manufacturing side, on the hospitality, and also the transportation, travel and tourism. They are very badly hit. So I think these guys have to reinvent new ways of generating revenue, which is also happening because human ingenuity is also working. But I think what more can be done is something that we would like to hear from you, and also based on your global interaction, what are the best practices that people can follow in order to build digital relationships?
Yeah, well, I one of the things I think is very important, and I've worked with digital comms for many years, I was, 15 years ago, I was helping to sell out this newfangled audio and web conferencing opportunity. And at the time, people were actually scared of digital. And in some industries, that was happening 18 months ago. Of course, being from a tech background, it's something I adopted, and I first was involved with online communications back in 1998 with video conferencing. Things have come on a long way since that. We're now all able and easily able to interact with each other on a digital mechanism, see each other without the old video conferencing phased speaking and jumbled words, etc. Our biggest challenges these days are probably the cables in the ground, which are still sort of running at 1990 bandwidth, haven't quite kept up with multimedia. However, I think the essential part of any sort of communication is the interpersonal aspect. So I think the first rule of, if you like, digital communication is be yourself. Relax and be yourself, because ultimately people are trying to make an assessment of you, and originally that would have been, how weak is your handshake, or do they interact with me? Do they look at me when they're talking? Do they look out like this? Those same aspects apply online, and whatever made you trustworthy, convincing, credible in an offline basis also has to now be conveyed, but in a digital way. And for a lot of us, that's a new thing, okay? But it's still all about, what is it about you? What's your personal branding? I happen to have a terrible sense of humor, being English. So, humor is part of it for me. The ability to smile, the ability to be interested in the other person. These are all offline and online skills. Just because you're online doesn't mean you have to sit there like you're a television presenter or presenting the news. It's all about creating the animation, creating the rapport, the empathy, just as you would in a face-to-face meeting.
Well, I think it's a very important sermon that you have given. I'm using this as a sermon because it's literally a sermon, simply because I think there is a new skill requirement right now for everyone. You can be very senior in the industry, but if you don't have digital skills, you will not be able to build a relationship. So I would like you to also tell our viewers, what are these special skills required now in order to build relationships?
Well, I think one of them is definitely empathy. Any relationship, you need to build empathy, and maybe some of us, and I think the mechanism for that is changing. In our generation, should I say, Chandra, we were brought up to play and to interact in the physical realm. Possibly the millennials of the world, and this is very controversial, I'm sure you'll get inundated with complaints, but millennials weren't brought up to interact in the same way we did. That their interaction was done on one of these sort of like, you can't see it, but with one of these mobiles, mobiles and online. You interact with people you'd never met. And in a sense, maybe that's a bit of an advantage because they're used to this sort of environment. And maybe it's our generation that struggled to adopt this new technology more than others. But there's still the same skill of trying to actually interact and build positive rapport with people. And I think it's very much, again, so the first thing is empathy. The important thing to build empathy is you need to have a positive communication. If you actually end up being negative, non-supportive, derogatory, dare I say, rude, disrespectful. Those things do not build any sort of rapport, whether online or offline. So it's got to be about positive. I'm very much a believer in the fact that, you know, if you want to get positive environment going, you've got to create that environment, whether that be an online environment or in a meeting room or in a coffee shop. You've got to create positivity. If you're unless of course you're in a debate, and in a debate maybe you're, you know, like I did, make my statement about millennials. But I did also say they might have an advantage. But you know, within a debate, I think you've got to be able to make a statement that generates thought, challenges current thinking, groupthink. And of course, in this day and age, you've also got to be very careful in that, because there's a chance that you could be labeled incorrectly based on something taken out of context. One of my old school friends had gone on a walk on our local, you know, a bit further along the coast than this, and found a really nice location. And he put a picture on Facebook and made a statement like, "This is a great place to come, secret place. There's not many people here, etc." I replied and said, "Yeah, that looks great. Where is it?" So what did he say? He used the colloquial term, "Well, if I told you, I'd have to kill you." Now, when he said that, we know that's just a term that people use. So, "Oh, if I tell you the secret, I'd have to kill you." That's just a friendly sort of thing. But of course, Facebook called that out and actually stopped him for 24 hours posting things on Facebook. But actually, it wasn't meant as "I'm going to kill you." It's a metaphor for, you know, the type of approach. It was just a sense of humor thing. Again, maybe it's the English sense of humor, you know. But those sort of things, obviously, you've got to be careful of in the digital world. Things can be recorded, repeated. I think there was even a cricketer, you know, in India, you love your cricket. There was an English cricketer who did a very good batting job against New Zealand. I think it was at Lord's yesterday. And apparently, years ago, he tweeted something and he was actually having to call it out and apologize 8 years later for something he said in his early teens as a tweet. So, you know, the impact of digital communication is phenomenal. The reach is phenomenal. The potential is phenomenal. But the potential is phenomenal from a good and a bad side. So I think it's always got to be empathetic. It's always got to be positive. But it also, you've got to be very aware that what you're trying to do and what you're going to say is a bit like putting on the front page of the India Times. You know, once it's there forever. And unfortunately, people don't always want to look at things from a positive light. So we've got to be, and I think we venture into a very serious area if we start to say, "Oh, this particular regular phrase can be misinterpreted and taken literally," because, you know, if you say the wrong word, you can get lambasted for it, even if it's quoted out of context. So I think we've got to be very careful to guard our freedoms, but use it wisely. Do you agree?
Yes, I fully agree with you. In fact, the digital skill is a completely new skill, and many people don't have it. They sometimes overdo it or sometimes underdo it. They don't. There is no balance in the communication. And you made a very important point. You know, whatever you say. In fact, there is a saying in India that if the conversation gets out of your mouth, it's not going to come back. So, and it is very true, especially in the digital space, because everything is recorded. And you also mentioned about Facebook. I think Facebook also take these things very, very seriously. And the simple things can make or break your account on the digital space, because if somebody reports that this person is spreading lies or rumors or doesn't know how to talk, or not positive, the Facebook can take action on it.
Absolutely, and it's not like a courtroom where a jury of 12 people look at it, say, well, actually, he was only joking. The platform or the censoring agent will take that decision, and there's a potentially very massive impact. I think maybe in the future there's going to have to be a freedom of expression online law, which basically says, look, you cannot take everything literally. You've got to understand the context. You've got to understand the person. My friend is not the sort of person that goes out killing people. So, he's normally surfing or skateboarding or building houses or whatever. So he's not the sort of person that is going to be actually trying to kill someone. And that needs to be reflected in the way his posts are going to be censored. And, there are obviously people who do have a negative persona ongoing and do have bad objectives. And we've got to be very careful when we start censoring, freedom of the press. There's freedom of expression for individuals, but so long as it doesn't incite violence and it's not in the context of that person's usual persona, then, I think it's got to be proportionately reviewed.
Well, Mike, there are a lot of legal implications, as you are trying to tell our viewers, and also there are guidelines and there are regulations. And from 1st of June in India, there is very similar guidelines, similar to GDPR, are now active. So, do you think there is a global language protocol that needs to be learned by people who are using digital space?
I think it depends. And there's always going to be a percentage of people that don't want to learn it. That, like, there's a percentage of people who don't want to get vaccinated. There'll be a percentage of people who have a principal objection to being told how to behave. And I suppose in a way I'm a bit that way. But I think it again comes back to, how do you build connections and communication online? It's got to be empathetic. It's got to be positive. It's also got to be prudent. And also, I think it's got to be diplomatic. At the end of the day, if your objective is to be positive, if you don't phrase it in a diplomatic way, you're going to lose a lot of people. So I think you've always got to be trying to ensure that people don't misinterpret, and they certainly don't misinterpret in the context of what's being said. Because at least then, if you wade into, there's another person on my Facebook and they are always posting something up, which I think if I was dotting the I's and crossing the T's, I'd probably report it and say, actually, I don't think this is constructive or helpful for world peace. But I don't make a comment about it. I just choose to ignore it. Yeah. But it's something where, in fact, it should probably have been sanctioned by Facebook more than my friend's colloquial phraseology when I asked him where it was. And he said, oh, I don't want to tell you. Because everybody else will go there and it won't be quiet anymore. So I think each individual has to make a decision as to what is empathetic, what is positive, what is actually going to enable us to build connections and communication in a positive way. And to do that, you've got to always have in mind, again, if this was on the front page of the India Times or the BBC News, would I actually want this to be published? And if the answer to that is no, then don't say it, because it's, the sad thing is, and for me, there are some really serious subjects of debate that need to be openly discussed. but they're not debated and they're not raised because there's this rather unfortunate labeling which occurs, which if you say something, there'll be one person who comes along and says, he's anti-X or she's anti-this because they said that. And that's probably not the case at all. But if you took that one phrase on its own, you would say, oh, that's the wrong thing to say. They should be censured. They should have their account stopped. They should do this. They should do that. So I think there's very much got to be a realization of that. And again, on video conferences, if there's a topic thrown out for discussion, you always have to ensure, particularly if it's a bigger group, you always have to ensure that you're being sensible and positive and diplomatic about the way you handle it. I mean, we've had calls where there's quite a few people on, and the idea is, I think, to keep the positive flowing, keep the empathy building, let people see the true you, but in a positive light, because that's how you build relationships. And I think that's really great in this day and age that we are, several thousand kilometers apart, building rapport, building relationships, able to trade, help each other sell, support each other, because actually it's a tough world out there and we need to work together. And the only way to work together in this day and age is with effective digital communications.
I think communication is very, very important to build any relationship, and positive communication is absolutely important. But in the olden days, like 1 year away, where people used to say that you have to look presentable when you go for meetings, you have to be suited, booted, and all that. All that is changing now, but I think new norms are coming. And to look presentable on this 2D screen, it's a very tough job. You have to read the expression of the other person, and it creates another technical scenario where you have to have the right amount of lights, camera, and action. So do you think that's a skill that needs to be learned in addition to better communication?
I think so. I think, to be honest, though, that's an area where the tools themselves actually could do more. And I think in the future, for example, we look at the screen now, there are ways that the technology could improve the saturation and the picture quality, and using, technology to make sure that the best possible presentation is available. As we know, we can put a backdrop on, and sometimes when you've got hair like mine, it sort of looks like it's floating in the air somewhere. But that stuff can all be a bit like with headsets where you can have noise cancellation. I think you can also have refinement of the picture and the broadcast quality of what is being shown here. And I think that's where improvements will come in the future. Funny enough, I saw one of these polls on LinkedIn the other day saying, is post-pandemic, what's going to happen to usage on Zoom? Is it going to disappear? Is it going to keep going up? Is it going to be, I think the word was hybrid but declining slightly, it was hybrid and increasing. I actually think that there'll be a bit of a dip in usage, because what will happen is people, after 15 months of not being able to face-to-face can go, oh, thank goodness I can go meet Chandra and have a curry and a mango lassi. And so we'll do that. And then we'll say, well, actually, it was really great. But much as we like each other, we don't need to meet every week. So we'll meet face-to-face. We'll have, I don't know, a meal, a coffee, a meeting when's convenient. And after that, it will be, we'll continue doing our digital communication the majority of the time. And then in 4 months' time, when I next come to Delhi, we meet each other and we have another chat. So I think there's going to be this new world of hybrid, which is going to be a mix of mainly online and occasional offline. particularly as, and I've been talking to other contacts of mine, and they've been saying, I don't want to go back to chasing around the world or chasing around the country trying to talk to people face to face. I've been able to manage my communications quite happily online. I don't want to be traveling all the time now. And the only winners of traveling, of course, are the transport companies, the trains. And in the case of the UK, dare I again controversially say it, people like the RMT who can insist on having strikes and upsetting everybody's commuting schedule. They're the ones who've lost their power. It has been a long time since the RMT has had a strike. Thank you very much. Long may that continue, because travel was taking an awful lot of everybody's time, money, inconvenience, quality of life. The place you had to live had to be near enough to the city or to the office to be able to get there every day. What a waste of time that was, and I think now we've got more. Most of us have got more cash in our pockets because we're not spending thousands a year on travel. We've got more time to enjoy that money that we do work for. We've got more time to spend it on goods and services, which might also help recover the GDP negatives. Because actually what we don't want to be doing is spending all our money pouring it into the train companies. We'd be far better spending that on SME products and services. Buy local. Buy from your friendly SME, whether they be national or international.
Well, absolutely. And the digital presence actually breaks the boundary and makes more lasting relationships. And that brings me to the third point of any communication which is digital, I think, is a story which takes you along. So is there a skill required to build the right synopsis, right type of story where you want to communicate with people so that people listen to you? Is it important in digital world or not? What is your opinion?
Well, I think a story is always important. Simplicity is the key. Complexity is confusing. But people relate to a story. If you can take them on the journey from start to finish, then you're probably more likely to have them with you at the end of it. That doesn't mean it's got to be 20 minutes long. It means it's got to be succinct. It's got to be accurate. It's got to be endorsable or endorsed, supported. And then I think there's a very good, well, it's always a good way to convey a message, always has been, whether it be to a room full of delegates or whether it be to a virtual meeting full of delegates. The ability to convey a message short and succinct. I'm infamous for my alliteration. I didn't use it today, but I now start to come out with alliterative groups of phrases and words, which I use them because it helps, well, apart from anything else, helps me to remember the story. But also I think it helps other people sometimes to pick up a story. If they can just remember 3 words of the same letter, they might just, catch on to that.
Well, Mike, there is one more very important aspect of digital communication, and that is the sort of related to the mental health issues. So that particular subject is a very large subject, and we are not discussing that today. But I think whatever you have covered today with regard to these 3 points, which are the basics of communication in the digital space, is like maintain your language in a proper way, which is global in nature, and you don't use any colloquial, proverbs which people don't understand, and keep it simple, make a nice story, and also get technical knowledge in terms of controlling your camera lights so that you look presentable. So thank you so much, Mike, for sharing your thoughts on this very, very important, very, very hot subject in today's world.
Been a pleasure, Chandra, as always.
Thank you, Mike, and we will catch up next week as usual and probably discuss something more interesting.
Okay, look forward to it.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we have been joined by very eminent leader of the industry, DCF Ventures CEO Lakshmi Putluri. She has been well known in the industry. She is also well known as an angel investor and also former co-founder of Jabong. Welcome to the show, Lakshmi.
Hi CK, thank you for having me on the show.
It is our pleasure, Lakshmi. In fact, today is day 15 and the entire India is under lockdown. In fact, many countries globally are under lockdown. What is the kind of impact you see in your neighborhood and your community that might have caused some sort of problems or issues with the people?
Okay, I wouldn't say necessarily problems or issues, but obviously there is, complete silence. You can, imagine it almost seems like, the place has come to a standstill. So that is, for a city like Bombay especially, it's never happened. So that's something which is unusual, although I'm sure, the communities are all, making the best of the situation in terms of adhering to all the guidelines, making sure social and physical distancing is practiced, and also engaging actively and making sure you spend quality time with your family members. That's one. So from a community perspective, of course, this is something unavoidable. But the good thing is, of course, I think we've been seeing a lot of these posts, like Bombay has seen dolphins emerge near the sea and the parks, are seeing a lot of the wildlife that's enjoying this, I think, change. So that's a good thing. And we just have to keep our fingers crossed that slowly we will, find a good balance between keeping in mind, the environment as well as bringing our lives back onto track before this isolation and lockdown.
Lakshmi, I think Indians are by and large very innovative, and almost like 99.99% Indians are following the government guidelines. And they have been very innovative in order to follow the guidelines and also solve the problems. But having said that, that's on the personal side. There has been a little bit of a standstill situation where there are certain businesses which are not able to take any further decisions. So do you see from your point of view any adverse sentiment which is creeping up into the business?
See, I feel like the more positive conversations are always going to be good. Absolutely. I'm sure at the back of everyone's mind, this is an ongoing thought process. There are probably, every business is going to be impacted. There is no doubt. We're talking about, 1 month of complete lockdown, and then post 1 month of lockdown, there's going to be things that have to come to normalcy. And it's a full life cycle, right? Like it's going to have ripple effect across from top to bottom. Businesses are going to be impacted, thereby people are going to have different environment in the whole job scenario. Although I hate to use the word downsizing and layoffs, the businesses have to do certain things to survive. and that plays over at all levels, right from a restaurant that's hiring, housekeeping staff. There's going to be changes, and so that is going to play on people's sentiment, and I'm sure people are trying to be very positive. Businesses are being, for a month right now, I think everyone is mentally prepared, like, we'll take this and we'll try to support, ensure that no one faces any serious impact. That said, no guarantees for anyone. And so yes, there is a little bit of sentiment change, and I hope that we'll be able to bring that back as soon as we can. And I think the government has done a phenomenal job already in terms of ensuring, the lockdown is well adhered to, and we do, have hope of coming out of this very quickly, even compared to some of the more so-called developed nations, as we see, are struggling dealing with COVID. So I'm waiting for things to kickstart as soon as we can, and as we, hopefully all our positive sentiments together can, help kickstart along with the support from the government as well.
Lakshmi, you are such an experienced person. You are having 2 decades of career behind you. You're well known in the industry. From your point of view, do you have an opinion about what a government of any country, any nation should do after the lockdown is lifted in order to improve the sentiment, in order to improve the business?
So I can't speak from perspective of, all nations, because every nation has a very different DNA, different, kind of setup and all that. But given that right now we can talk perhaps a little bit about India as from, ensuring, containment. I think we are doing a phenomenal job as a country. Every citizen is playing a role. And likewise, while, we do expect the government to bring in a lot more stimulus, because we've seen like the US has announced a $3 trillion stimulus, and we are, 4 times larger than US. So the stimulus has to, reflect that kind of a boost and a positive sentiment. And I do hope that we'll start seeing more positive stimulus and positive some policy support that we will get from the government, that will also naturally play into the business sentiment and boost the business sentiment, boost the people's emotional quotient, and on the mind space and mindset. So that's something that I cannot put a number as to what is that number that India should bring forward as a stimulus, but I am sure that they are working on something bigger and larger that is going to be announced shortly and announced soon. Apart from that, I do believe that as citizens, we all will also play a certain role. For example, encouraging a lot of the small businesses in and around. So, for example, like Singapore right now, and of course, the kind of sanitization levels there, and the kind of adherence will probably be different. But Singapore is actually encouraging people to order outside, and asking people to order outside, and support restaurants and other businesses there, right? So that's something like maybe we may not choose to order outside, but there are small businesses in and around us where we should support, and right from staff in each of our immediate ecosystems, how can we support them? I think that's a small role as citizens we all can play. And then the government will come in, and I'm very positive that they will come in and play a role which will be very positive to business, positive to small and medium enterprises, which are going to be a little bit far more hit than maybe the larger organizations.
Lakshmi, you have raised a very profound question here. So, do you see the change in business process after this lockdown situation is lifted? Do you see a new way of doing business which will emerge after this lockdown is lifted?
So, the first part of question was, can you just repeat the first part? Second part I got.
So it is just one question. Will the business process will change after this lockdown?
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen it change. In fact, I'm part of a few other business, groups where it's mixed background. Like I come from a digital background. I've seen even when I worked at IBM between 2002 to 2006, IBM was already 50% work from home at that time, right? But a lot of the businesses that don't come maybe from a tech background or come from more traditional businesses, think agri, think energy companies, even government employees. A lot of them are just experiencing the digital transformation. They're understanding that work from home can be possible. So I think that shift, both from a transformation on the digital front, which is happening in sectors like education. Clearly, we've just seen, all the institutions are quickly ramping up to be more digitally ready. And we are also seeing many of the traditional businesses who've suddenly been dislodged and, now having meetings online. They're actually starting some of the more essential service businesses are functioning at higher productivity levels as well. And these learnings, I think, will play into how businesses will revisit what they do post-COVID. This will also help them, enhance their bottom line. Some of these learnings going digital and optimizing this. Hopefully, that will be a very positive shift, helping businesses with some of the cash flow crunch that they might, have thought they would face.
Excellent words of wisdom, Lakshmi. In fact, I personally get a lot of value after talking to you. I think there is a clarity you as a leader, you're giving to our audience and our viewers that, there's going to be a bit of a change in the way we do things, in the way we do business. I think that is going to change forever. So I just want to tell you that, Lakshmi Putluri, you have been a great inspiration. It was wonderful talking to you today. And I think we will find another opportunity very soon before the lockdown is lifted to talk to you again, to see or to take your advice on how things are in the neighborhood, any new things that are happening in the industry. It was wonderful talking to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, CK. Very nice talking to you as well. And thank you for the opportunity. Hope all the viewers of your videos and series enjoy the series. And stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and welcome to Legal Matters. And let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show.
Jeet, what we would like to discuss is something which is it's a common knowledge. Everybody is aware that our constitution is an evolving constitution, and the constitution itself allows amendment to itself. So I think we would like to discuss more around this. How this mechanism works, and what was the first amendment which made the constitution the way it appears today.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right. When you say that constitution is an evolving and a living document. And when the constitution was enacted and came into existence, that is on 26 January 1950, it was a great experiment that India began with, because it was the first written constitution and one of the lengthiest constitution which was enacted in India. And first time we became the citizens of this great country, and the citizens and persons residing in India had the fundamental rights. So this was the first time this concept of fundamental rights, the directive principles of state policy, this great document came into existence. So certainly that was a great day for the country, and it was a great experiment, because first time something of this nature was being adopted and was put into existence. So certainly the constitution itself provides that it should change and it should adapt with the times. And any document which is created 70, 80 or 100 years prior would certainly, with the change in time, require certain changes. And therefore, there was a mechanism prescribed under the constitution itself that in certain circumstances the constitution could be amended. But this amendment of the constitution and the powers upon the parliament were of such a nature that not in every circumstance that the constitution should be amended, not every part of the constitution that could be amended, and there were certain inbuilt restrictions. But what happened is that when it came into existence, the first year of the Supreme Court, also because of the constitution, the Supreme Court was also constituted and came into existence in the year 1950. And the interpretation of the Supreme Court at that time with regards to the fundamental rights and certain judgments were so much in favor of the citizens, because it again tried to restrict the government from controlling the freedoms that the Constitution itself had provided. So the first of the judgments with regards to freedom of speech and expression was in the matter of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, where the government in 1950 tried to curb the freedom of press because it did not agree with the views being expressed by the media houses that were run by Romesh Thapar, who was slightly towards the left, and Brij Bhushan was another. Was the editor of another organizer who was right wing. So basically, the Congress at that time did not want right wing or left wing to be in the center, or its views were not in consonance with the views of this government. So they wanted to curb it, control it, and therefore the government of Madras came out with a circular banning the edition of Romesh Thapar in the state of Madras. And these restrictions were challenged before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court came down heavily against the state, saying that freedom of speech and expression, you cannot control it unless it is provided under Article 19(2). So these were landmark judgments of that time, giving freedom of speech, and freedom of press was also elevated to the status of a fundamental right. So this was a major judgment which gave a major blow to the government at that time. Second was with respect to the judgment of Champakam Dorai Rajan, wherein again the communal order issued by the state of Madras, which provided for certain reservations to certain religion and certain castes, was declared to be void by the Supreme Court because it violated Article 19(2), which says that for admission in educational colleges run by the state, there cannot be any discrimination with respect to race, religion, caste, creed, etc. So having a reservation policy was not in consonance at that time with the fundamental rights. And therefore, this judgment gave a major blow, because in Madras, this circular giving reserved seats for certain religious candidates was in existence prior to independence. So there was a major uproar in state of Madras. And the third judgment was with regards to the right to property, because at that time, right to property was also a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(f) and Article 31. But because the main program of the government was with regards to the zamindari abolition and land reforms, because it wanted to distribute the land after acquiring it from zamindars to poor peasants and farmers. So this was a major program, and these zamindars also did not want to give up their land very easily. So there was a great fight between the government and the zamindars. And the Bihar state, which came out with a state land reform act in 1950, acquiring the land for acquisition of lands of the zamindars. The zamindars challenged that act before the Bihar Patna High Court. And Patna High Court in 1951 gave out a judgment declaring the act to be unconstitutional, because the Patna High Court believed that it was violative of Article 14 of the Constitution, which provides for equality, as different zamindars having different parcels of land were to be given different rates of compensation. So the Patna High Court held was not constitutional and in violation of fundamental right to equality of the zamindars. So because it said that there cannot be a class within a class, and therefore it violated the fundamental rights of the zamindars. So this was a major blow. So government at that time had the majority, because it was the only government, the Congress had the majority. But the parliament had not come into existence by way of an elected representative, because the elections were to happen in October 1951. But the government was so furious that it did not like the interpretation given by the Supreme Court in favor of citizens, and the programs of the government were not being implemented as it wanted. And therefore, though there was a provisional parliament and the Constituent Assembly, which had drafted the constitution, was granted that power of conducting the parliament. And that provisional parliament uh, came out with a amendment bill to the constitution. And that was the first amendment. And it was sent to the president, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad at that time objected to certain changes which were made, because the changes that it had wanted to introduce were restrict the fundamental right of freedom and expression and bring out certain more restrictions to it. The second change that it wanted was to insert Article 15 Clause 4 in the Constitution, which which would empower the state to provide for special reservations and special provisions for backward classes. And third was with respect to insertion of certain more restrictions with regards to right to property. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in his comments on the bill, said that it's an irony of fate that the most cherished part of the constitution, that is fundamental rights, is the first to be assailed. So therefore, despite of objection from the president, and despite that the bill was introduced in the parliament, and after 16 days of debate, it was ultimately cleared on 18th of June 1951. But the most important and criticized move in that amendment was that it altered the basic structure of the constitution to the effect that it introduced a schedule 9 to the constitution, wherein laws could be placed. So a state legislature or a parliament could pass any law, and that law, if was placed in schedule 9 to the constitution, then the courts did not have the authority or jurisdiction to decide on its constitutionality. So this was unheard, and this was unknown to law, because you are taking away the power of the court to examine a law. And even if a law is violating fundamental rights of the citizens, despite that the courts could not hold it void. So this altered the entire structure of the constitution, the basic structure of the constitution. But despite opposition, there were few leaders who had opposed. Even Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, who was also the member of the drafting of the Constituent Assembly and the drafter of the Constitution. He also vehemently opposed, saying that what is this amendment that you are bringing? But then, despite opposition, the amendment was passed and cleared and came into effect on 18th June 1951. So this goes to show that if there are not certain restrictions on the power of amending the constitution, then having a majority and a government which wants its way over the rights of the citizens, then amendments of such a nature which would take away the fundamental rights could also be passed. So thereafter, in a series of judgments of the Supreme Court, this battle began with regards to the supremacy of the parliament over the Supreme Court and the constitution. And several judgments of the Supreme Court at that time were nullified by bringing these sorts of amendments with retrospective effect. And ultimately, this matter was settled by a landmark decision of the Supreme Court, a 13-judge bench decision of the Supreme Court in Keshwanand Bharti in the year 1973, wherein the Supreme Court laid down that the basic structure of the Constitution cannot be changed or amended by the Parliament, and that power is not with the Parliament. So certain basic features of the Constitution, like the preamble, the Part 3 fundamental rights, so these were the certain basic structures of the Constitution, the judicial review. So these basic structure of the Constitution could not be amended, and that power is not with the Parliament. But rest of the parts of the Constitution can be amended. So this is what the majority laid down in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But the first amendment did bring out a lot of changes, and later on there were several amendments to the Constitution. In fact, till date, there are more than 120 amendments which have been passed by the Parliament with respect to the Constitution in a short span of 70 years, which is unusual because we see the US Constitution, which is more than 200 years old. There are not more than 27 to 28 amendments, even after 200 years. So it is not to be easily amended. Only it can be amended if there are certain lacunas which the Parliament feels that are required, and are of such a nature that it does not alter the basic structure, then only a constitution can be amended.
Well, I think the two countries which were formed at the same time in 1947, which is our neighboring country called Pakistan, and whether it is the first amendment or the second one, but I think we were successfully, as a nation, were able to abolish the jamidari system, as you said. And there was a mechanism which was also, I've heard from my forefathers that if there is a labor and he can show the payment receipt, the land will be his. And that is a kind of system that they came up with to bring equality. Otherwise, it was more of a feudalistic society. So I'm very happy that, in the neighboring country, the evolution of society has happened in a feudal manner. If you look at Pakistan, they were never able to demolish the Zamindari system, and their whole politics and the entire social fabric is based on feudalism, whereas India has evolved. But because of this first amendment, what is your opinion? Did it change the way we do governance, or did it had any major impact on our governance systems?
So yes, so with respect to our neighboring country, yes, you are right, we could abolish the zamindari system and also give land to the peasants and farmers who were tilling the land on that day, because otherwise there were big zamindars who were exploiting these farmers and peasants. So rather than a feudalistic society, we have certainly evolved and given the poor farmers the right over their property. So certainly that was a major victory. But what was a little disturbing aspect of that amendment was taking away the judicial review, because Schedule 9, inserting Schedule 9 and saying that any act, even if it violates fundamental right, would be out of judicial review, was not in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So ultimately, yes, the economic social policy of the government in abolishing the zamindari system, it was successful. But taking away the judicial review, the power of the Supreme Court to examine the law, was something which was extremely disturbing. And later on, it was rectified by the Supreme Court in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But it took 23 years, because from 1951 to 1974, there were several acts which were placed in Schedule 9. And Supreme Court also in 74 said that all acts till date placed cannot be judged, but any act after 1974 is placed into Schedule 9, then it can be decided by its constitutionality can be decided, and if it violates fundamental rights, then it can be declared to be unconstitutional. So that was a landmark decision. But till that time, taking away judicial review was not something in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So that is the one aspect which disturbed the governance at that time. But yes, the abolition of zamindar system the government was successful.
And also the reservation, because the reservation was also implemented, and we have the reservation applicable till today. So I think these two things, which were very important. However, I think you made a very good point, very pertinent point, that anything that we come up with, any amendment to the Constitution, should be open to judicial review. And I think you're right by saying that before this landmark judgment of 1973, the highest number of amendments were done during that time. And after that 73, the amendments, you mentioned about 100 and odd amendments, but I think those are fewer than what was done before that 73 judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, so around 43 to 44 amendments were passed till 77, 78. And 44th amendment, which took away the right to property from the part 3 of the Constitution, and it was brought into another as a constitutional right under Article 300A. But yes, so right to property was one of the most amended provisions in the Constitution. It went through a lot of amendments in order to ensure that the zamindar system is abolished and the land reforms program of the government is implemented.
Excellent.
But with respect to yes. But with respect to reservation, what the Supreme Court said, it cannot be on religious lines. But certain backward classes, the reservation could be there, and it was always there under the Constitution, and even the constitutional debates provided for the reservation policy. So, but that judgment was yes, correct.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, you put the whole perspective very correctly, and I think in a very simple terms. And all Indians, all of us should know what has happened from 1951, and how government acted, and what is the state of affairs today, so that we are more aware of our legal rights and duties. So, thank you very much for explaining the first amendment, which was made in 1951 to our constitution in so much of detail.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
So we will catch up again next week in legal matters. Until then, I'll say goodbye to you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, friends. This is Akulmach Live, and I am Chandrakant. India has created a buzz in the global pharmaceutical arena by announcing a free dose for every citizen. And when I say free dose, it's the vaccination for COVID-19. And this was announced by the central government of India, which is headed by Prime Minister Modi. And it's a very big deal. I think this requires a detailed discussion. We are actually going to discuss this very point today in our show, and we have a very special guest joining from UK. So friends, stick around to this show because there is a giveaway. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And recently the Indian government has announced that there'll be a huge plan for vaccination of its citizens. And we will discuss this particular point today. And to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Moon.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Free vaccinations for everybody. About time too, one might say, because until we're all vaccinated, no one's vaccinated. So what's made the government move down this particular route, CK? What do you think? What's the motivation?
Well, Neville, I know for sure that you don't like politics, but I think the politics is behind it. And so let me briefly cover it. It's basically India as a country is divided between 28 states and about 8 to 9 union territories. Union territories are directly ruled by the central government. So central government do not interfere in day-to-day activities of the states, and the central government has portfolio like finance, foreign affairs, etc., which are for better governance. But the local issues are always governed by the state governments, which are also elected by the people of that state. So what happened was that there was a blame game going on because people don't want to work, they don't want to take care of the citizens in certain states, and they were saying, hey, central government is not providing enough vaccination. So I think this was going on for a couple of months, and there were Twitter and social media campaigns running and defaming India and Indian government, and more so Mr. Modi. So one fine day he called all the chief ministers in a meeting last week, and he said, I'm going to give free vaccination from central government to every citizen of India. This is the background, Neville.
Well, I mean, like a lot of things these days, they are socially motivated, which means they're politically motivated. And you're right, I don't like politics, but unfortunately we can't get away with it. I mean, the good news is, from this perspective, is that decision's now been made at the very top, which is great, because now all you've got to do is do it.
Yes, Neville. In fact, now the state government and opposition government cannot blame that they don't have enough vaccination. In fact, there are certain state governments who have wasted millions of vials of these vaccinations, because they said, we don't want this one, we want the other one, we are waiting for the other one, this one is not good, and so on and so forth. So I think there was a lot of debate which happened for past 2 months. A lot of bad campaigns ran through social media. So I think now with this move, Mr. Modi and his central government has actually stopped all of that. In fact, for last 1 week, there has been no bad publicity happening, because now everybody has to shut up and take care of their citizens. So this is where it is.
Well, it's an interesting state of affairs, because I was being a little sarcastic, as you probably might have gathered, when I said all you have to do now is just do it, which is my favourite phrase of all time, because doing it now is going to have some logistical issues. We're going to have some supply chain issues. We're going to have people that really don't want the vaccine. They're not convinced that they're probably anti-vaccine anyway, really. They probably never had a vaccine in their life. And now all of those issues will start to come to the fore. We've seen a lot of that in the UK. We've had a bit of a backlash with particular parts of society that really are anti-vaccine. They don't trust them. They don't believe in them. But frankly, I'm not too sure we're going to get away from the COVID pandemic without people being vaccinated. And equally, we're also seeing large organizations around the world offering amazing perk type packages to get people back into the office. You know, we've had, quite a few months away from the office now. A lot of people have been working from home, and they like working from home. They don't have to travel to the office. They don't have to struggle in the commuter times. They can deal with their children more effectively. They're probably more productive at home, because they realize that if they're more productive at home, there's less reason to go back into the office. So we're seeing all these things. This is just human behavior now. And we're seeing all of these things happening. But I think it's going to be very, very interesting once this rollout starts to get going, just how the Indian economy fares. Do people actually get back into the workplace? Not necessarily as it was pre-COVID. I'm not too sure we will ever go back to pre-COVID times in the way we were. But every time I think of my friends in India, I think about where they struggle to get on trains, and people jump on the top of trains, and it's almost like third class, second class, and first class travel. And the fact is, everyone's just got a ticket. So I'm not too sure we're going to get back to those days, but you'd never know. But let's look at the types of vaccines that you've got, because they're now, a year ago, when Pfizer came out with the first vaccine, everyone was out there, hallelujah, this is the savior. And then all of a sudden, AstraZeneca followed it in quite rapid. Once it was approved, of course, because it was already in the pipeline, but it's this approval process that's going through. But you've got a number of vaccines in India, some of which have got some interesting names, I think. So let's have a look at those vaccines that are available.
Well, I think Naval, announcement is one thing, but execution of this whole project is another. And even if the entire world industry get together, it will be a Herculean task to vaccinate, 1 billion people. So I'll actually share some slides with you. So the highlight of this program is that the entire population of India needs to be vaccinated as quickly as possible. And while doing so, it has to be free for every citizen. So there'll be no charge, and government is going to pay the manufacturers everything from their own pocket, basically exchequers money. But they don't have to pay anything for the vaccination. And in terms of the scale, if you can imagine, there are basically 3 primary groups of people. One group is 18 years to 45 years of age group. Other one is 46 plus age group, and there is a third group which is 18 and below. So the 18 and below age group is excluded at this point in time. So I'm just doing a little math here. If 18 and below population is about 300 million in India, that means the first two groups comprise of almost 1 billion people, with plus minus variance of accuracy. And since each vaccination required 2 doses, that means we need 2 billion doses to be provided to run this program effectively. So it's huge. I don't think even if all the manufacturers across the world, excluding China, get together, they can produce this kind of medicines and also make it available because of supply chain. So let's look at the vaccines which are approved and available right now, and these are Covaxin, Covishield. These are the most popular ones. Covaxin is the Indian Bharat Serum Institute manufactured, completely Indian. Covishield is AstraZeneca. It's under license to the same company as Bharat Serum Institute. Then we have Moderna, we have Pfizer and Sputnik. And what is coming up are additional new type of vaccinations which are being produced, and I think by June or end or July beginning, all these will be also available. So first one is BioE sub-vaccine. Then I've created this in red color because I want to talk a little bit about this. It's an Indian company based in the west province of India called Gujarat, and this company is called Zydus Cadila. They are working on the most effective medicine, and it is based on the DNA analysis. So it requires genetic studies, and this is also going to be out by June or July for the first vaccination. Then S2 Novavax, I don't know much about it. And the fourth one is also very, very interesting. It is called nasal vaccine, again from the Bharat Serum Institute. What is so special in nasal vaccine is like it will have, you just have to apply 2 drops in both of the nostrils, and then you are vaccinated. So you don't have to do any injection. And based on my reading on their company website, what I found is that none of the vaccines actually protect your upper lung and your throat trachea area. All the vaccines are protecting your lower lung from coronavirus, and the nasal vaccine will be basically protecting your upper lung as well as your throat and the trachea. So this is going to cover the entire body from coronavirus to enter your body and infecting you. Even your throat infection, even causing flu in your throat, will not happen if you have the nasal vaccine. So that is under development. And interestingly, UK is actually collaborating with India to develop this one. This was part of the $1 billion pound contract which India and UK signed few months back. And the last one is Geneva mRNA vaccine, which is going to be also available. So I think there's huge work ahead of us, and all of this, what I heard yesterday, Neville, is that 30% of the upfront payment has been made already by Indian government. So the first tranche of the payment has been made already.
Wow, that's it's amazing. And when we're talking about 2 billion doses, let's just go back to one of your first slides. 2 billion doses. We're not just talking about the cost of those doses. We're actually talking about the cost of implementing those doses. So it's the transportation costs, which is quite significant. It's the storage costs. Then it's utilizing healthcare so that they can actually people can be vaccinated. Equally, it's all of the syringes and the needles and the little plasters they put on the backside, on the side of your arm afterwards. So when you look at the whole thing in the scheme of things, you're probably looking at somewhere in the region of $15, maybe $20 per dose, I would think, or maybe that's the total cost. But even so, $20 for the total cost times 2 billion. You don't have to do the sums there. Just put a naught and double 2. $40 billion. I mean, it doesn't bear thinking about, really. I mean, I come from the oil and gas industry, so 40 billion is just 40.0, as far as I'm concerned, because that's how we used to look at the numbers. But even for a huge government and a huge country like Pakistan, like India, beg your pardon, it's a massive investment, and that's where we need to be very, very recognize that this is not to be taken lightly. And I think it's everyone's, I mean, we're talking about people on the TV here saying it's everyone's duty to take the vaccine. Well, maybe it is, unless you've got something that is really preventing you. I think people need to be really considering whether they should be taking this vaccine, if they're at all reticent to taking vaccines. Because the bottom line here is, until we're all vaccinated, no one's vaccinated. Nobody's safe. And we're already here in the UK, in particular, we're already talking about boosters. Just like every year I get the flu vaccine, this is now just going to be added to that booster type regime. We've got to remember as well that this is a particularly nasty virus. And as you said, CK, what our scientists are recognizing is that it affects parts of the body in a different way. And I'm really excited, actually, about the nasal vaccine. I don't know if you recall, but 7 or 8 months ago, we heard about some tests that were being done with just simple nasal sprays in Canada. And they were getting huge results just by regularly having just an off-the-counter nasal spray. So we need to be letting the science take its own journey, believing in our scientists. I mean, it's fantastic that India and the UK are going down this nasal route, because I don't think anyone else is looking at the upper arena. And of course, there's nothing worse than a cough that turns into a headache. And typically, when people were originally getting coughs, they weren't sure whether it was COVID or not. So if we can take that problem away, the purpose of science is to take away problems, not to find more. And if we can take that problem away, it's just going to make life that much easier for people. We need to be making life easy for people to do, having clean air, not worrying about all of these biocides that are out there, all of this plastic pollution that we're generating, et cetera, et cetera. So we just need to be making things easier for people where we can. And I have to applaud the Indian government for effectively being the first in the world to do this at this scale, And as you probably know, there are trials being undertaken for the 12 to 18-year-olds. Because they're super carriers. It's not surprising, really, because, they don't socially distance at that age. They play lots of team sports. They're in the same dressing rooms. Can you remember the days where, as a child, everyone caught a verruca? Do you remember those days? When you went to a swimming pool and you came back and you had a verruca because someone had a verruca and it was passed on very quickly.
Well, to be very frank with you, if if I remember my swimming days, which was as back as 12 months back, when I started swimming in the pool, when you go to swim in the ocean and the river, there is no issue. But if you go to a pool, then you will always come back with a flu. And even though the general directive was to get the hepatitis because that is the fastest spreading disease if you're going to a pool. So I think, but then one of the doctor actually told me that you don't stop going to the pool, and that is how your immunity will develop. So I continued even after getting the flu. I was down for 3 days, and I used to pick my body up and go to the pool again. And after a couple of months, I got resistant to all this different flu public viruses which were coming through the pool. So I think the public pool makes you very strong. I think that's my opinion.
Yeah, you could well be right. But I remember as a child, bazooka the Veruca, we used to call it. And there was even a medicine called bazooka. And and equally, chicken pox. When one child got chicken pox, all the children got chicken pox. My parents would go out their way and make me play with kids that got chicken pox. And I think this is just part of society that perhaps we've been missing for many years because we've been a bit too insular. So the last 18 months, people have been now thinking about, why are they here? What are they doing? What's their purpose in life, etc., etc. So I'm hoping that this move by India is a very positive move. It's going to actually happen without other politicians getting in the way by saying we want this vaccine rather than that vaccine. Let's just get it all done and move into the new regime, whatever that new regime is, because it's not just the economy that needs to recover. People need to recover. People need to feel more safe, I think, is the way. Even if we do have to wear masks in public places or inside restaurants and what have you, to me, that's fine. That's just a recognition that this thing is nasty and it's still a killer, and we need to do our utmost to keep it away. This is like an alien virus, Doesn't matter whether it was actually physically created or in a animal form or whatever it is on the earth. It's an alien virus. We don't like it, and our system will buck the trend and go against it. So let's let science take its course, support all the healthcare arena, and do our duty. I mean, that's really fundamentally what I think the message needs to be today. There's nothing stopping us.
Absolutely, Neville. On June 21st, this drive will start in India, and the central government of India will actually provide all the vaccinations to the state government, which will be responsible for vaccinating the people. And you mentioned about plastic syringes and all that. That will be the responsibility of the state government. So now, hopefully, the debate will end and people will get their vaccination which they have been waiting for. When I went for my second dose, I found it very, very smooth process. You go to the app, register your slot, go there on time, then it works like a clockwork. You go stand in the queue, show your PIN number, they register it, and then within 15 minutes you get vaccinated. Then you wait for 20 minutes or 30 minutes to see any side effects, and after that you just walk out. So it was just a very smooth process. It took about 45 minutes to get my second jab a few days back, and as soon as I was vaccinated, I got the certificate immediately. So it's all fully automated. There is no human intervention, there is no payment to be made. As it is, there was no payment at all, and because you're paying through the app, which is the central government. So I think it's a very smooth process, and once the state government is also getting it for free from central government, I think the whole process of blame, I think the state government now have to, all state government, 28 plus 9 union territories will have to get their act together and provide vaccination centers in plenty of numbers to cover the population of India. So Neville, I think we had a very good discussion today. Thank you so much for finding time and sharing your thoughts on this global news that India created a few days back. We will catch up again tomorrow, Neville, on something more interesting.
Thank you, CK. Have a great day, everybody, and get vaccinated. It's free.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and I'm Chandrakant, and today we want to talk about Ford. And if you remember, if you see the news today, the social media is flooded with the news that the Ford is actually folding out of India. And before we start, actually, I have to give you a small message about our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. But let's get back to our discussion where the Ford is thinking about leaving India, and I think they have already given an official statement that they will be shutting down their plants. And right now they have a huge setup. I mean, if you look at the Ford setup in India, they have many cars, very popular cars. In fact, they were one of the few companies who entered India way back in 1990s, and people who are actually my contemporary in the corporate world, there was a time when we used to get awards as a company driven cars with chauffeur. So if you have achieved something, they will actually give you an award where the company will pick the total cost of buying the cars, and also give you a driver which is on the payrolls of the company. So I personally got this kind of a award while working for a company. I would not like to name that. And the company told me that pick up the car which you like, and I said I want the Josh machine. So people who are my contemporary would know that what is a Josh machine. It was such a popular car then. And recently Ford has many popular cars in India, and one of the most popular is EcoSport, which is quite popular. And they also have a huge setup. I mean, Ford is a large company globally. They have a huge setup in Germany because they have BMW brand under them. And they also have a setup in Detroit and a huge setup in India. Ford as an organization has invested in automating their vehicles, centralizing the systems which are running in the computers or the microchip of the PCs, and a lot of the software development also happens out of Chennai in India and also in Gujarat. So currently they have two factories. The factory in Gujarat rolls out cars, and the factory in Chennai rolls out engines. And Ford as a company has done a lot of research in coming out with new types of engines, and in fact Ford engines are one of the best engines after the Japanese manufacturers. and they're pretty, cars are also very nice for Indian conditions. They have a huge market. India is a very big consumer market. So in such a situation, why Ford will decide to fold? They have already made official statement that they will be shutting down both operations. First with car, which is going to be this year itself. They will stop manufacturing cars in India. And next year, they will stop exporting engines out of India. While I think they have a huge setup, and I have personally managed the Ford account for a corporate company when I was employed in that company. And I know exactly, what is the kind of setup they have in India and Germany, and the dependency of Indian setup on Germany as well as in US. The Ford in India also have a finance company. So when they say that they're folding their manufacturing, it means, personally, I feel that they cannot just ignore such a big market in India. I personally believe that it is changing gear, because they are an automobile company, and India is actually marching towards the EV revolution. If you look at the EV adaptability in India, it was 0.3% last year, and it is 1.3% this year. And it is estimated by end of this year, it will reach 3%, which is still lower than the global average, but still it is rapidly moving very, very fast. From 3%, 0.3% to 1.3 within 1 year. And by end of this year, it will be 3%. It's a huge jump if you look at the percentage wise. So this is a policy-driven development which is happening in India, where the Indian government wants more and more EVs to be on the road, so that they can save a lot of foreign exchange in terms of not importing the crude oil from oil-producing countries. And India is the best market for EV because there's a lot of electric possibilities, electric generation possibility from unconventional methods. So I think this is where the India is heading. There are internal targets has been set up, and there are some policy changes that has happened in India, which is with regard to the scrappage policy. In fact, we did a video about how scrappage policy is going to help the EV revolution in India. So more and more people will actually be adapting the electric vehicle, which are much cheaper to run, much cheaper to own, etc. So I think these are the few things which are happening, and therefore I don't see as a businessman any reason to continue manufacturing your internal combustion engine and the cars which are driven run by this internal combustion engines. So that means there is no need to run these manufacturing plants. And before they, as a Ford being a very large organization, before they actually move to the next level of introducing new types of car, they have to basically do a phased manner shutdown of the current operation. So I think this announcement about Ford shutting down their manufacturing units in India is not the way it looks like, or the way some of my colleagues are interpreting. It is not that they are moving out. I think they are changing gear. They are preparing themselves for the EV revolution. And it is it doesn't make any sense to ignore such a big market for vehicles in which is a market like India. So I think they are going to introduce their electric vehicle. That means there will be new plants which they will launch. Where they will launch, we don't know, because I think in a setup like India, there will be state governments. There are 29 states now, including union territories. So whichever states actually give them better deal in order to come up with an electric vehicle plant, electric charge station, battery manufacturing units, etc. They will set up their new manufacturing units in those states. So I think there is more exciting times that we will expect, more investment, more new types of jobs which will open up from Ford, because as I said, personally, I know that the Ford is having a huge setup in India, and they already have a lot of software, because future cars, in fact current cars in the US and also in India, are microprocessor controlled. And there is Ford has a setup where you can actually call a call center, and the health of the car can be monitored remotely. So they have a SIM based system which is already fitted in the car. So Ford is quite ahead. I know personally their cars are quite advanced. And if they're shutting down their India operation, it doesn't mean that they're shutting down everything, because they have many things happening in India. So I think from my side, I like to provide this input to all of you viewers, that the news is about shutting down manufacturing of the current cars, and they already have inventory. So they want to exhaust this inventory and stop manufacturing, so that they can launch new cars, because as a business you need to also exhaust your inventory. The Indian engine manufacturing unit is exporting manufactured good quality engines to other countries. So I think they have the inventory, they want to get rid of it. They don't want to produce more, because the future is electric, and they will migrate gradually into electric revolution. So before I end the video, friends, do engage with me, send me your messages, and if you think what I said make any sense, write in. Or if you have any other opinion, please also respond as part of your messages, because we are live right now, and we are live on multiple social media platforms. Before I end this video, a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. As we all know that there is a new type of space race brewing up in our world today. We are already planning to have a manned mission to Mars. There'll be a base camp on Moon. There could be new hotels coming up, floating in the space in the lower Earth orbit for future tourism. A whole lot of things are happening. Right now, the entire world is under lockdown or confined to work from home scenario. But once it opens up, we will not be able to recognize our world. It will be totally different place. As there are a lot of interest at play and this pandemic is not stopping people from taking action and changing our world. So this is something that we want to discuss. To discuss this subject, we have a very distinguished guest joining us from UK. So stick around, friends, for this outstanding show which is coming up. But before we start the discussion, I must tell you that there is a new feature. You see a QR code right here. This QR code will be visible throughout the length of the video. And it's a very, very user-friendly way to get connected with us. All you have to do is point your camera towards this QR code and you will get connected to our channel. So I'll be back in a moment after a short break. Don't go anywhere, as this outstanding show is going to start just in a moment. Welcome back, friends. And as I said earlier, the subject of today's discussion is the space race. And to discuss this very important subject, let me invite our guest today in the studio, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Space race. Are you a Trekkie? Or are you into Star Wars? Is that reality or perception going to come reality, or reality be perception? I mean, who knows? Some people think that we're in the space arena already. Maybe a few of you are aliens. Who knows? Anyway, that's not the subject of today. It's a space race. We've just read in the papers, I'm sure you've seen it too, CK, that Richard Branson is going to take a group of people up into the outer atmosphere 9 days ahead of Jeff Bezos. And the papers are full of it, 9 days ahead of Jeff Bezos. This is a race, isn't it? This is one entrepreneur fighting another entrepreneur for bragging rights, to say we are the best, we're out there first, etc., etc., etc. What are your thoughts, CK? Are we back to pure, simple entrepreneurism, or is it something else?
Well, in my opinion, Neville, I think this is how the human mind works. And this race has been going on since 50,000 years. When we encountered Neanderthals in the Europe, the Homo sapiens won, because that is what we do. And this is what we do best. We actually go into an area. We are very inquisitive. We want to know everything about that area. We conquer it. Then we go to the next area. And that is how the humanity survives. So when we are going to space, it's no different. So right now the battle is brewing up between these three guys, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mr. Virgin Atlantic, the saviors of the sea. But I think it's a war. I think more will add into it as the technology becomes cheaper and affordable. And I think that's the final frontier we have.
Yeah, it is the final frontier. And I think my thoughts here is we've got three globally recognized what we might call influencers. Entrepreneurs par excellence. Lots of people are being taught in schools about these entrepreneurs out there, the forefront of their field. And yet, these entrepreneurs are not collaborating together, which is another word that's coming out of the COVID arena. More collaboration, more collaboration. How are we going to get out of this pandemic? Through collaboration. And yet we're seeing three people that are doing the antithesis of that, and they are literally competing. And competing for what reason? Now, I've had lots of conversations with several people over the last few days over this issue of entrepreneurship versus collaboration versus whatever. And the word that seems to come out is greed. And I think it's a bit of a shame that this word's coming out, because if greed is the driver here, and let me explain the context of where this greed comes from. Being first, being to take advantage. So let's just look at Xbox and Sony. the PS arena. The two fighting arenas were trying to go against each other and have successfully kept apart. But that is just pure entrepreneurship. This is about one company being bigger and better than the other, doing things that their customers want. And that's on the planet. And they both, promote using scarce resources better, reinvesting in social, environmental issues, etc., etc., etc. So we've sort of come up to believe that that is an okay method of working. But we're talking about the space race here. Several years ago, and I'm sure you remember, because I was avidly watching this international space station come to fruition. It was almost like international rescue to me. It was the Mr. Tracy Thunderbirds coming to life, coming to reality. But it was international rescue, and it's the International Space Station. So this is, by definition, the word collaboration, because it's international. It wasn't everyone around the world because they couldn't afford to be part of it. But there was this concept of it's an international station and everyone would have an opportunity, whatever country, creed, religion you come from, you'd have an opportunity to move through that international space station. And I'm focusing on the term international because that to me is another term for collaboration. But we've got three non-collaborative individuals. And yet, in the public arena, they talk about how to succeed in entrepreneurship through collaboration. So I'm trying to work out what this, what this really means. And because a lot of young people are coming to me and say, Neville, you talk about collaboration all the time. These guys aren't collaborating. What do you think about that? Well, I've got to be honest, I'm struggling. Because they should be collaborating. This is an expensive arena. And the other thing is, who owns space? One thing we do know about this planet is that we are delineated by country borders. And they extend into the sea. But then there's international waters, which is open for everybody. So there is this concept of there's an area that nobody owns. And we're all responsible for it. Well, what about space? Who owns space? Where are we going to go to in space? If someone starts to put their flag on different planets, what's that actually going to mean? So it's a big subject, frankly, CK. And I haven't got a satisfactory answer for myself, let alone for anybody else. But what do you think about collaboration? Should these guys be collaborating together? Are we just in this sort of maybe phase 1 or even phase 2, now that they've got a flying vehicle, where they will collaborate together? Or are they going to be like Formula 1, where they're going to cover up their cars on the grid when the cars line up to go on each of the Grand Prix? Are we going to get collaboration? What do you think?
Well, Neville, in my opinion, I think this is required. This kind of race is required for the development, because from one point of view, by 2045, internet will become so powerful. It will actually become a large PC. The entire Earth will become a big processing house, and it will be so powerful that every moment there will be new discoveries. So I think, if we do not compete right now in order to reach that level, we will not be able to conquer, or we will not be able to go out and establish our colonies at a faster pace. So I think I agree with what is going on. I mean, if they are competing with each other, they have the resources, they have their own business plans. Nobody's funding them. They are funding themselves. They are getting the contracts signed up by NASA or ESA, European Space Agency, or ISRO. Maybe we don't know what ISRO will do in future, but I think they're all gearing up. And the Chinese space agencies, I think the next race is going to happen in space, and economy is going to drive this. The resources are, as we know, is depleting on Earth, We cannot go to Antarctica, start digging it, because it will then screw up the entire planet. So we have to go to some place where we can start digging, bringing those ready-made materials out from the space back to Earth without spoiling our planet. So I think that's the plan. And if you look at these three individuals who are the global leaders, and he tell others about collaboration, I think they have themselves have done a lot of collaboration in their own business. If you talk about Elon Musk, I think he is doing a lot of collaboration in the solar power generation arena. He is also doing a lot of collaboration in the battery research and development. What he is trying to do right now with SpaceX is that he is trying to create another layer of communication, so that we as humanity move faster. Obviously there is economy, because nobody is going to fund Elon Musk or SpaceX to launch these satellites up in space and still provide the connectivity for free. Jeff Bezos, on the other hand, is gearing up his R&D. In fact, his company is doing a lot of R&D, and that will also impact this future generation of space station, because his R&D is going to be very valuable. Now, if we start collaborating, then whose mind it is going to work? I think that is the question. So if they are competing with each other, that means the progress will be much faster. This is my opinion, Neville.
I think it's a fair opinion, and in some respects, in my silent days when I'm just sat there in front of the TV thinking, I'm thinking down your route. As we know, trying to get people to collaborate early on in a development is not that easy, especially if you've got different ideas. And I think this is where these three individuals are, and there are others out there doing exactly the same thing. They're all thinking about this space arena, what they're going to be doing with it, how they're going to be working with it. But I think what's driving them on is that entrepreneurship being first. It's my name on the ship. And let's not bear any bones about it. If it wasn't their name on the ship, why would they be heading it up? They'd be getting someone else to head it up. So there is a lot of, I suppose, personal interest here. But I think it's a necessary process. I think this is almost like a stage 1 or stage 2, where you are looking over your shoulder at the competition as to what they're doing. Remember, the headlines that I said right at the very beginning was Richard Branson goes 9 days before Jeff Bezos. I mean, those were the headlines. Forget the companies involved. It was Richard Branson going 9 days before Jeff Bezos into space. On a jolly, because that's what it is. I don't think there's any experimenting going on, apart from the fact they're just physically going to go up and come down again. And that's what it's all about, I suppose, at the bottom line. It's what drives us. So I think the reason I thought that this was a really good subject today is because it always goes back to, what are we driven by? What's our real purpose? And these guys have got multiple purposes. But actually, if you look at their core purpose, they're all aligned. And it may be making the planet a better place, of which, as you've said already, going into the solar arena, that's definitely on that purpose. Looking at waste materials, which one of them's looking at, that's certainly, on that curve, isn't it? So we need to ask ourselves, what's our purpose? Why are we here? What are we doing? Not easy questions to answer, especially if you're very young, because the world's your oyster. But start defining it now. Start looking at where you would like to go, and then plan a course accordingly and share where you want to go, and other people will help you achieve it. This is a fascinating subject. The race for space, as you and I know, being a little bit older and being, up there when the Apollo missions were going to the moon, and that first step on the moon, one small step, one huge step for mankind, and that's where we are, I suppose. As to your point about we're going to ruin the resources of the planet. I don't think that's the case. I'm not too sure we're going to go and colonize Mars or anywhere else like that just because we're running out of space here. We should be smart enough to utilize our space somewhat better, and recognize that, we don't own it. We're not landlords, we're just renters. And we need to be better renters. I think look after our property a bit better. Anyway, fascinating subject today, CK. The overall message is find your purpose. What drives you? And get after it. And there's always people that can help you do it.
Certainly, Neville. In fact, I wish more and more people get opportunities to get into this race. Why only 3 people? In fact, I would like to participate in this race for a simple reason that we are now 7+ billion people, and the next doubling will happen in less than 20 years. So if you double that, it will be 14 billion. This planet cannot hold 14 billion humans and also provide their needs. So we need to move to different destination. We need to go to different planets, move out, spread into the galaxies, at least start with solar system. And that is why it is very exciting. And when I talk about Earth being turned into a big giant processing computer size of Earth by 2045, it sounds very exciting. So Neville, thank you so much for coming over and discussing this important subject today. We will catch up with you again tomorrow and something more interesting.
Cheerio, CK. Cheerio, everybody. Have fun.
Hello Naveen, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Great, great to see you, Naveen. In fact, our viewers would like to know that you're already running a lot of big industries and well-known industry, and yet you are here on this platform to discuss about your passion, which is graphoanalysis, graphotherapy. So, what is graphotherapy? What does it mean?
See, I will put it in 3 parts. Most commonly known part is graphology. Graphology is actually what? It is just basically comparing 2 handwritings, whether they belong to the same person. जो फोरेंसिक डिपार्टमेंट्स होते हैं ना, वहां पर आप देखेंगे कि जैसे बैंक में किसी ने फ्रॉड किया, सिग्नेचर फोर्ज किया, इस तरह के डिटेक्ट करने के लिए ग्राफोलॉजिस्ट होते हैं जो फोरेंसिक साइंस वाले अपॉइंट करते हैं for this court work and detecting frauds in banks and all. तो ये graphology हो गया. Next is graphoanalysis, where we are trying to understand the personality and character of a person through the strokes in the handwriting. This is graphoanalysis, analysis of character and personality. And the third part, which is most important, which is graphotherapy, how you can change the personality of a person through consciously changing some small strokes in your handwriting. ये सबसे amazing part है. If you analyze someone, you just come to know about the person, which he already knows about himself. But how actually you can correct yourself, get over the negative traits, and more effectively use your positive traits. That is where graphotherapy comes into picture.
Well, viewers, many of you may not be aware of this graphotherapy therapy or grapho analysis, and you may feel this is bizarre, but believe me, it is not. And that is why Naveen ji is very eager to give this information to all of us. And Naveen, I think you talked about analyzing the character of the person. Is it really true? I mean, just by looking at the handwriting, can you really analyze a person? Is it true?
Yes, see, let me tell you, it is a very old science. We have all heard about a well-known Greek scholar, Aristotle. He was one of the first persons about 2000 years ago. He detected a link between the mind and the handwriting. He, in fact, also said that handwriting is actually mind writing. And whatever is there in your mind, it comes out through your hand and through the pen on the paper. So it was something which is very old. Unfortunately, the awareness about this in India is very less. Some countries in Europe and in America, people are already using grapho analysis as a tool for corporate placements. They get handwritten applications from the candidates and they are able to assess the personality of a person even before the interview is done. When they actually do the interview, it will be easier for the employers to take a decision whether the person has a technical bent of mind, what is the level of honesty, what is the level of ambition, willpower, determination. Accordingly, they can decide in which department the person would be best suited. So it's actually a true science. जो आपने पूछा था, it's a proven science. There is no if and but about it. And let me tell you, it is not my profession. If it is just a passion for me and the results were not coming, I would have given up the pursuing of this hobby long back.
Well, I think, Naveen, I fully agree with you because you don't depend on this one. You are CEO of a very big enterprise. You're industrialist, and your brand name is known across India, in fact, across the world. So, coming back to grapho analysis, do you just for the benefit of the viewers who may be asking for some mathematical analysis around it, so in any science, people say that there is a variance of 5% here and there accuracy parameter. So when you read somebody's handwriting, do you also have some sort of parameter fixing or some sort of analysis which says that, okay, fine, I can give the analysis of this person up to the extent of 95% accuracy, if not 100%. Do you work with this kind of matrix?
See, let me tell you something. This science is 100% accurate. There is no doubt or if and but about it. It depends on how accurately a person is doing the analysis. What is the level of expertise of a person who is analyzing the handwriting? I can make a mistake in the analysis as a human being, but the analysis of the character through the handwriting will be 100% accurate if it is brought out properly. Okay, so there is, you can remove all doubts from your mind that there is a level of accuracy which may be lesser. No, it is 100% accurate and proven science.
Great. So in that case, when you're analyzing somebody's handwriting, you don't really read what is written. You can actually get the analysis done even in other languages. Somebody sends you a document which is written in some sort of a non-English verbiage. You can still be able to analyze that. Is it true, Naveen?
Yes, it's a very valid and important question which you have asked. Ultimately, I don't even read what has been written. It is just the strokes which make the analysis. So when we see the strokes, we can analyze a person. So it can be, as you said, in any language. It can be Hindi, English, French, Arabic, Bengali, anything. But see, there is a limitation to one's knowledge. My knowledge is limited to analysis in ABCD letters only. ABCD means French, German, Latin, wherever we use the letters ABCD, I am able to analyze only those handwritings. But if someone has got a specialization or he has studied how to see the strokes in other languages, the strokes will definitely come. But my limitation is the knowledge about analysis in other languages.
I think fair enough, but with enough experience, people can start analyzing people who can write. Who are Russian, who writes Russian. So those people can also be analyzed, and also Chinese. That is totally different language altogether. So point taken, Naveen. Coming back to doing analysis of the character of the human being. As you know, human being is such a crazy character, a crazy animal, I would say. It's very difficult to predict. So in those cases, how do you really pinpoint that this is the character of this person and he will not deviate? Because I will come back to the question that you were talking about the placement in the next one. But this one is very intriguing because how do you place that person into that group of a defined characteristics as per your analysis?
See, normally analysis is first done through the strokes. If you write T in a particular way, the T bar in a particular way, or Y in a particular way, or A in a particular way, every stroke has a meaning. So through the strokes, we are just defining the individual traits. For example, sharp mind, what is the creative ability, or what is the willpower, what is the determination, how well defined the goals are, whether confidence is lacking or boosting with confidence. But these, after you do the individual trait analysis, then we combine all the traits to come to the actual characteristic of a person, that why the person is lacking self-confidence or why they are not able to define the goals. Is there a mental block or is there some depression in the handwriting? So ultimately, the purpose is to first analyze the individual traits, then combine the traits to arrive at the personality, then try to discuss why some negativities are there in that person due to which particular trait. Then during the therapy, we will try to change those particular traits through the strokes in the handwriting.
Okay, so what you're saying is that even if there are some negative traits, they can be fixed, and there is a therapy around it. But let's go back to your previous statement when you said that some of the corporates are already employing this science or this technique to find out the right candidate for themselves and which is the right fit. Now, in such a case, you know that this person is very fit for this job. Say, for example, somebody is very good with handling people. So that person may be suitable for frontline jobs like hiring people or in sales function. But this person doesn't believe that, and he believes that he is fit for a next job. So how do you identify or basically bridge the gap between what the person thinks and what really he is?
See, normally if a person is honest, they will admit that whatever analysis has been done. And ultimately, the purpose of analysis is self-improvement. If someone tries to say that, no, you are wrong, just because he's trying to defend himself, it is not helping anyone. He's only trying to deceive himself. So annual analysis will definitely be 100% accurate, as I said. It is up to the person how he takes it, positively or negatively. In fact, in one of the sessions in Gwalior, someone told me that, look, you are explaining all the strokes on the board by telling this stroke means this stroke means this. So when I give you a handwriting, I will change on the strokes accordingly. I said, that's very good. You can change the strokes. But whom are you trying to help or fool? You are just fooling yourself. And you are ignoring a help to yourself to get over the negative traits.
Well, that was a great example, Naveen. I think you're trying to help you, so you're not helping yourself. So I think going back to your previous statement about hiring the right candidate, I have one last question basically on this subject, and that is, once you are like 20 years experience and your career is already shaped, in your job, etc. But to the core, you don't want to be in that job. You just started that job because you got a job when you were young, and then you grew in that line of business. But heart to heart, you are not that person. And if your handwriting can reveal that this person is meant not to be doing this activity, he is meant to be a trainer, or he is meant to be a painter or something like that. How do you place that person, or how do you tell him that, hey, you have come for this job, but you're not fit for this job? Whereas he has been doing that job for last 20 years. He is fit as per the resume is concerned, but as per his writing, he is not fit for the job. So how do you reconcile with that person, or how do you reconcile with the situation itself?
Yeah, this is a very common issue. People come to me for analysis. I can see in the strokes that they have a lot of creativity, but they are not using their creativity. Talents are being wasted. Then we can see strokes of maybe depression or maybe resentment also, that the person is resenting something inside. What the resentment can be that, okay, I wanted to become a musician, or I wanted to become an artist, but I was forced to do engineering because people in the family told me there is no career in painting or in singing or whatever. So they had to forcefully go through what their family was telling them. And then those strokes of resentment and regret, they built up. Creativity not being used, they became reserved. These are very common examples of clients who are coming to me. So in fact, when you analyze someone, the purpose is to help the person. Maybe if the talents are not being used, at least the talent should be used, and making a profession is a totally different subject. Of course, the handwriting helps to define in which area the person might be more suitable. Person having engineering abilities may be more fit in a technical side. A person who is very meticulous and very habit of going in details will be fit for an accounts person. And of course, honesty is the main thing in employing someone in the accounts department. And then engineering abilities is very good for people in the technical side. So all these we will be able to analyze through the handwriting accurately and suggest to the person which job will probably be best suited for them.
Well, I think this is so interesting, and more I talk to you, more I get intrigued about this science. Maybe I think this is a science which should be taught in the school so that people know exactly what they are doing and whom they are working with, who are their peers, who is their boss, etc. I think it's a very vast subject, but we will cover that in the next session. And you also talked about the therapy, which is also very, very critical, because having understood what are my weaknesses, I should be able to correct them. Any last point that you want to make for our viewers today, Naveen?
No, in fact, I just wanted to share with you that I have been invited by a college in Calcutta next month. This is NSHM college. They are serious about keeping a teaching course on graphotherapy in their institute. So they have called me for an introductory session just to make people aware, especially to the management and the faculty, what this science is about. And being a unique subject, and I don't think till now anyone has taken up a course of teaching in any of the institutes, this will be a good opportunity for students, teachers, as well as for me to have a very new and good experience.
Well, Naveen, we wish you all the best, and we are very excited to know this, because one of the institute has taken the first step towards starting this as a science. And in the beginning of the program, you mentioned that the awareness about this in India is slightly low. So I think this is the right time to get started on this. So wish you all the best, Naveen, and I'd like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one.
Right. My pleasure to you. Thank you so much.
So friends, did you hear what Naveen has to tell you? If you have if you want to do something and you don't know where to start, this is the time, and you can know exactly what is your hidden talent. And if you want to get a review done, you can contact us. We will make the connection happen between you and Naveen, and you can take it forward from there. So Naveen will then tell you what is required to do analysis and also subsequent therapy. But this is a series where we will talk about how therapy helps, what kind of cases are there. So this is evolving into a very good series. Don't miss sessions about this, and we will bring more and more knowledge on graphotherapy. So friends, I like to say goodbye today, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we would like to discuss about how do we bounce back into business. And this is a very, very important subject. To discuss this further and to take advice, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena, and he works globally. He has organizations and clients and partners world over. So I think he's the best person to discuss on this subject. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Mike Bradley.
Good afternoon, good day, Chandra. Good to see you again, as always.
Yes, by the way, it's your birthday also. So from all of us in India, from Akulmach, we wish you many happy returns of the day.
Dhanyawad.
That's awesome. And you remember this word, dhanyavad?
I do indeed. Bahutacha. The one I can remember, or the three words.
Okay. So, Mike, I think the world is struggling because of the pandemic. Everyone is in the same boat, whether you are a large organization or you are a SME or you are a solopreneur or anybody, you are in the same boat. We are all in the same boat. And now with vaccination drive is kicking in, at least in a few countries to start with now, and soon it will become a global phenomena. So that means at least few variants of COVID will not trouble us, but I think there will be more to worry about. But I think we will protect at least 50% of the world. So now we need to discuss about how do we bring our economy back, how do we create our business from the scratch, what we should do. Would you like to throw some light on this subject?
I've got opinions. Hopefully it will be seen as light. Obviously, our economies are all connected. There is a sense in which all businesses all over the world are living entities, and we interact with each other, much like the natural world. We're all part of a global economic ecosystem. And within that environment, each entity is a key worker, because we all have to do our best, generate energy, generate sustenance for the economies that we all work within, and whether that be a geographic based, whether that be sector based, whether it be size based, we are all actually key workers in pulling back these economies from the brink of, let's face it, pretty much disaster. Our own Chancellor in the UK did his budget speech yesterday, and I think, it was one of the toughest budgets apparently that we've had for 50 years, they were saying, because COVID has taken every economy by the throat and giving it a good shake. So we definitely have to all work together, in my view, to support our economic ecosystems, whatever they are. We're probably members of lots of different ones at the same time.
So I think the reason for Scale Up Arena becoming very popular globally, if it is Africa, India, China, I think your platform is bringing a lot of businesses together. And I think it is one of these ethos of working together that you are trying to bring. Would you like to give our viewers a little bit a flavor of how we can work together?
I think the important thing is with the whole global economic ecosystem, and within that our own sectors and sizes of operation, is that we all have to, a bit like the Three Musketeers. I don't know if you know that in India, the Three Musketeers, all for one and one for all. We all actually have to succeed, but in order to succeed, we all need each other. And the whole ethos of the ecosystems, the online digital presence that we have, is that we help each other to succeed through the abilities to connect, collaborate, communicate, and also to close businesses together, to close business, because ultimately that's what we're all going to have to do to recover from this COVID economic vacuum that we find ourselves in. Vacuum being a gentle word for something that we're all in, economic chaos. But I think in order to do that there are certain areas that we have to focus on, because the post-pandemic world cannot return to what it was pre-pandemic for all sorts of reasons. So there are a number of things that I think are important that we change. One of them is we have to, and I like alliteration, so apologies for this, I smash the silos. In the public sector, we have this idea that we do this. In the quangos, we think we do that. In the telecoms, we think we do this. But actually, what we all need to do is work together and break down those barriers that say, oh, well, we can't do this because you're not the same as us. So in order to optimize the opportunities across all organizations and structures, we must get rid of this mentality of blinkered mentality, because we're missing opportunities, whether it be, oh, well, we can't see outside our state, we can't see outside our country, we can't see outside our sector, because actually we're all interrelated. So I think the first thing we have to do is get rid of that silo mentality and think, actually, we've all got to pull together here. The next one, the first couple are a bit negative. The next one is banish the bureaucracy. Get rid of the red tape, because actually we're in a fast-moving, competitive, dynamic world. And if we impose red tape on enterprise in that environment, we're actually not going to make it thrive, not going to make it profitable and generate taxes. What we're going to do is, in effect, governments are cutting off the arm that feeds them. We need to simplify bureaucracy, make it as online as possible, as simple as possible. A lot of tax collection can be done electronically. The amount of paper filling we need to do can be reduced vastly, and it's far more effective that our businesses spend 80% of their time selling and optimizing their potential, rather than 80% of their time filling out a tax return or ensuring that, oh, this bit of money stays in the country, because actually what we need is to generate funds in all directions and not have these bureaucratic situations. And another one I think is really important, and a post-pandemic particularly has changed this culture, is we need to cease city centre-centric commuting, because commuting takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of resource, it means that we spend a lot of money on infrastructure. And what we've all learned, I think, in this pandemic is that actually we don't need to spend 2 to 4 hours a day traveling to an office. We can actually work just as efficiently when we're working locally, maybe in a local working hub, maybe working from home, whichever your preference is. It's not saying you don't meet together, but it's saying that when you do meet together, let's do that more efficiently and effectively, rather than sitting in an office with a lukewarm, rather distasteful cup of coffee. Maybe it's the opportunity to go to a hotel, to go to a nice facility, spend quality time together with the team or with your clients, rather than insisting they come into a rather bland, expensive situation with a lot of travel time and cost. There's a few of the negatives that we need to change. I don't know what you think about those.
Well, I think I fully agree with you, Mike, for making these very important points. I have one very peculiar question. I think all the governments are now trying very, very hard to bring their economy back. Even the developed countries are having, like, for example, in your budget also, you might have seen, and you already mentioned that it is one of the most difficult budget that you have seen in the past. And most of the governments are now going towards protectionism or localization, although we are more global than ever, and it was a wretched virus which came and taught us all. So I think we are at a place where we just need to get a little nudge, so that people start really becoming global. I mean, we have been saying global for last, I've been hearing this word global for last 30 years, but I think for the first time we are truly global, even though the governments are moving towards localization. How do you
Yes.
see Scale Up Arena filling these spaces in such a situation?
Well, I think one of the positive points is, I think we've realized that we can go for global growth without having, again, to travel. Just like commuting, we don't have to go for a week to this particular place and spend thousands of dollars or pounds or rupees or dirhams in a hotel to do business and have a couple of meetings whilst we're there. What we can actually do is spend a lot of our time working virtually, presenting, having people from all over the world on calls, on webinars, on briefings about new technologies, about opportunities, about trading, about joint ventures and partners. We can do all of this stuff remotely. It doesn't mean we don't want to meet. Of course we want to meet. I'm looking forward to that curry we're going to enjoy in Delhi one day, Chandra, but we can do that on a less frequent basis. It doesn't have to be the thing that starts our opportunity to work together. It's the thing that complements our working together. So we can do the remote working, we can deploy and deliver digitally. We can go global, working with local people in country. And if by having less red tape, having less protectionism, it means that companies are more likely to say, actually, I'm going to open a subsidiary in India because I don't have to worry about losing my cash on withholding taxes. What we should be doing is actually saying, how can we ensure that foreign companies want to come and invest here, work here, employ here, without being penalized by greedy, dare I say it, by greedy approaches to withdrawing their own cash back out of the company. I think that's a really very negative approach that is taken, which doesn't help. The Scale Up Arena helps in the fact that we have a global platform with the ability for people to showcase, to train, to educate in their new innovations, in their products, in their services, in their capabilities. Also for potential investors, potential growing businesses to find each other, interact with each other, and then trade and do business together. So, you know, that's the whole ethos of Scale Up Arena, is it brings people together to generate energy, to generate sustainable deals together. So I think the whole ethos of Scale Up Arena and the other ecosystems for different sectors is all about making those interactions work, making it work on a global and digital basis, even if it is building roads out of plastic in Delhi, or it's reducing pollution by using rubbish and turning that into electricity. You know, the technology can be deployed locally. And the great news with that is it can generate revenue and business for the economy and for enterprises locally, and it generates employment, and it raises everybody's quality of living.
Yes, Mike. And one particular question which is running in my mind with respect to the Indian businesses here. Let's say if there are tech companies here in India looking for tech partners in other countries, how Scale Up Arena, I mean, you can go step by step, you know, what is the first step, so that, you know, our viewers knows exactly how Scale Up Arena is different from other forums that they have to go through. And one thing I understand is that if I join Scale Up Arena, you can actually reach a lot of people in one shot. I mean, one thing is very clear: you can reach people in UK, Africa, Japan, China, everywhere. So I think, but you know, I would like to hear from you step by step what happens, so that people can.
Yeah. So if you're an Indian company wanting to reach the global markets, the first thing you could do is come along to a session that we run once a week called a Why Join, and we take people through what's it all about, how can you optimize it, why is it there, what's the philosophy behind it, and then we encourage people to come on board to sign up, and we've got a special offer for people who are coming through Akulmach. If they want to, if there are SMEs that want to join or interested in joining Scale Up Arena, we run a Why Join Scale Up Arena session. And then if they sign up, we will give them a 20% discount on the usual engagement fee if they mention Akulmach and they come via the Akulmach route. So that is a great opportunity for them to then get part of the ecosystem, become part of the online meetings, the online mechanisms for sharing blogs, creating courses, creating product service entries, sharing those out through the social media channels. Who knows, even maybe coming back onto Akulmach and saying, find our entry on Scale Up Arena, which is the great opportunity, of course, to broadcast that not just into India, but into Africa, America, all the different places, the Middle East, Australia, UK, and Europe as well. So it's a great opportunity for SMEs to do that. The other area that we can really help organizations is for the multinationals, the larger organizations who are looking for ways to differentiate moving forward in the future. We're on the homepage of scaleuparena.com. There is find a solution for your multinational. So if you are there and you're thinking, we need to improve the way we service our customers, the way we do our manufacturing, the way we do our artificial intelligence or our client loyalty programs or our cybersecurity or our payment management, go in there and free of charge, you can click enter a little summary as to what you're looking for. And we will then matchmake that with the innovators and the advisors and the experts that we have at the back and try and bring together a solution. Costs nothing. We've got a network of people with, let's say, 10,000 years worth of expertise and experience in business. That's a lot of hours. So we've got that resource free of charge to help the SMEs and the multinationals, the large organizations, to optimize the future, the post-COVID world.
Absolutely. This is so interesting because as we move towards the gig economy, even the big brains behind the data and machine learning will be available through Scale Up Arena to large organizations. So,
yeah. I think with the gig economy as well, what we're looking at is we're looking at the ability to optimize the expertise of people on a more affordable and realizable basis, geared to results, because you don't need somebody full-time. You could take somebody on a project basis or a time size basis to utilize their expertise in that particular challenge. And then you can have somebody else to help you with the next one, be it strategy, be it marketing, be it finance, be it funds. So you can bring that blend together, a bit like an a la carte menu of services, depending on what you actually need for your business at that time. The other area I think is really important that we haven't talked about in this post-COVID situation is we need to recognize the potential of the emerge up companies, not the startups who, we all know what a startup is. They've got a very, they go to the bank, they have a long conversation. I'm planning to do this business. And the bank manager gets you to sign a piece of paper and then says, I'll send you a debit card and you can start your business with us. Then there's the scale ups, which have 3 years of 20% year-on-year growth and 10 employees at the start of the process. So they're a well-defined group. But in the gap, mind the gap, as you used to say on the London Tube, okay, underground, mind the gap, because the gap is where the energy is. The scale-ups make up 60, 70% of all the revenue from SMEs, okay? So they're important. But the ones that are going to be the next scale-ups, generate the most jobs, generate the most revenue, profit, tax returns, are going to be the emerge-ups. And they are typically characterized by a shortage. They're short of the working capital they need. They're short of the time to deploy as many clients as they could. They're short of resource to go into international markets. They're short maybe of expertise in a particular field because they can't afford to take someone full time. That is the market which we have to support. So we've got to energize those emerge ups. And I think in this post-COVID bounce back better environment, we have to recognize that they previously have been largely unsupported. And we need to support those emerge ups as we move forwards, because in 3 years' time, there'll be the scale ups.
So I think this is an amazing story. The Scale Up Arena provides a lot of synergy for SMEs as well as enterprises world over to come together and work together across the level. I think it's an amazing story, and it's an amazing platform. So the good news for Akulmach viewers is that if you use Akulmach as a promo code, you will get 20% discount. So I urge you to explore scaleup.com and leverage their presence, global presence, find clients, find merger opportunities, merge up basically with other SMEs, and also funding probably. So I think the possibilities are immense. So with this,
they are indeed.
Yes, absolutely, Mike. I think I'm quite excited, and viewers of this program must leverage this excellent offer. And, I think this is one of the very good method of bouncing back with economy.
Fantastic. Absolutely. To reach out to us with that code, all you need to do is go to contact us on the homepage of scaleuparena.com, or you could just send an email to info@scaleuparena.com. And if I get flooded out with requests from India and Asia Pacific, fantastic. And we'll look forward to hearing from them.
Absolutely, Mike. And once again, wish you many happy returns. And it was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
You found time to talk to us today with this very important subject, even though it's supposed to be your off day. So thank you so much. And we will catch up in the next edition with you next week.
Look forward to it, Chandra. Have a great day and a pleasure to talk to you as always.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the roundtable, weekly roundtable that we have. And let me quickly invite our guest, our panelists. First is Ms. Farida Charania from Singapore. She is the CEO of Career Zoom.
Hi.
Second is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies. She joins us from India.
Hello.
And finally, last but not the least, my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gund. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
So good morning. And today's topic is basically the job situation. And as we all know and concur that the global job situation has completely changed, and the old jobs are not being asked for. The reskilling has been a major subject of discussion today. So the point for us to discuss and probably inform the people and our viewers about the types of jobs now available and the types of jobs that employer needs today. So without further ado, with this topic for discussion, let me invite Farida. Farida, you work with a lot of companies world over, and you are in the business of recruitment. So I think you are the best person to take this as a first question. What is the type of jobs now available globally post-COVID?
Sure. I'm just going to kind of, talk about the sectors which were impacted negatively and then the sectors which are impacted positively. So sectors which are negatively impacted and might take a very long time to come back to the pre-COVID era are tourism, transport, retail, and hospitality. And sectors which actually kind of started getting impacted positively are e-commerce, digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, healthcare, e-learning, supermarkets, delivery logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharmaceuticals, robotics, streaming, and again, the video conferencing services, etc. So now when we look at the sectors which are impacted positively, let's pick up a few skills which I say very often with my clients and they kind of look for. First of all, they look for flexibility. So flexibility means that someone who's done a certain type of job in a certain environment, is that person flexible enough to actually do it in a different environment? Like for instance, is it very necessary for this person to be sitting in office and doing their work, or they are okay to do it from anywhere, like the way world is today? Technical skills, definitely, because everything that was real estate is now digital assets. So definitely technical skill. Data analysis, because that's a very, very important portion of anything that is done in the e-commerce or anything that has a digital layer. Critical thinking, because someone who can actually take a thing and very easily transform into a B thing and is able to actually very quickly adapt is a skill that is a skill that employers definitely look for. And of course, digital and coding skills and emotional intelligence, because it's not very easy to work in isolation. So these are skills, soft skills and hard skills, that I see very often my clients looking for.
Okay, great. So I think now we have a clarity in terms of what type of skills are now required by the companies world over. And let me invite Mr. Naval Gun. Naval, actually, you work with a lot of youngsters, a lot of middle management people, giving them training. Your company is, always engaged in many such sorties across the world with many countries. What is your opinion on this subject?
Well, as Farida was mentioning there, it's a long list as ever. It's a huge list. And if we can pull the fragments out of that list that have been important forever, but now all of a sudden they're rising to the top. It's a bit like, we've had lots of milk and here's the cream. And this cream has taken a little bit of time to rise to the top. And we're talking about, fundamentally, we're talking about good soft skills, because these are traditionally what they call transferable skills. Empathy, how to be a good leader, which is somewhat different from empathy, as people seem to be calling it. How to be a good communicator, how to work in a team. These aren't technical specific issues. These are global issues that we need to get over. And then we've got this massive change. COVID has done one thing. It's taken all of the traditional homes for, well, if I can't get a job here, I'll go into hospitality. There's always been a job in hospitality, no matter where you are, whether it's flipping burgers or it's waiting on tables or it's the maitre d'. There's always been a job in hospitality until today. As Farida said, this one is going to be probably the longest one that will return to some sort of normality. And even then, the job will change, because even before that, the digital arena had come into some restaurants where you literally just sit at your table and you press bits on your table, and actually you're doing the ordering on your table or maybe on an app. So things are changing quite fundamentally. And I'm going to go back to the very first thing that Farida said, adaptability. We've got to learn to be adaptable. We're not very adaptable, frankly. And people that are looking for jobs are looking for jobs in the old way. I'm an electrical engineer at university. I'm looking for an electrical engineering job. Well, it may not be there. So what else are you going to look for? So that narrow issue, we need to be adaptable. So what skills have I got? We need to ask ourselves the question. I may be technically developed to be a mathematician or a physicist or something, but I need now to know what those skills could do somewhere else. And the obvious place, actually, is teaching. People are rushing back into teaching because now that's becoming a home for the graduate professional. Never thought of teaching before, but now they're thinking of teaching now. But again, teaching, you can't just, because you got a degree in engineering, you can't just go stand up in front of a class and start teaching, because guess what? It's here. It's digital teaching. And we all know that that's a different arena. So I'm going to focus on this word adaptability, really, because if we don't adapt to the circumstances of today, because they're not going to go back to what yesterday was. So we need to be future focused. So I think my word for the day, word for this session, is adaptability. I've nicked it from Farida.
Great. So I think learning from two great leaders, the job scenario is completely changed, and obviously the jobs are created by the university. I mean, the skills are created by the universities, so the jobs can be fulfilled. But those jobs which universities are teaching, education institutes are teaching, are no longer applicable. So let me ask this question from Kanchan, because she works with the universities and education institutes. Uh, are these, are these pillars of our education doing enough to create new skills so that the new jobs which are available now can be filled?
Yeah, I will be answering this question a bit later, but I would like to express a few finer points from July 2020. There is a rise in job in terms of Indian market, because there are some jobs in media, there are some jobs in railways, there are some jobs in education. So there's a little rise in job situation, and even pass out students can opt for government jobs like police, though currently in some part of India police is in question, but other part of states and cities, they can opt for this job. Now, coming to the question is that definitely the new skills are required, because one skill which is not taught is flexibility. The second skill which is not taught in school is team building and communication. And as communication also, there are few classes in few schools, they are teaching communication, but not as a hard skill, which is very much required, not only in India, but across the world. So these few skills are required, a part of technical knowledge, where student is taught maybe coding, but he should be good in maths also. If one student is good in maths, he should also be good in uh, doing online drawing, or maybe something like Google, where he can express, I can make these images and incorporate in presentation that gives a kind of substantial rise in the career. And apart of this, I also feel that though jobs are available, as one of the companies like Tata company uh, a few week back said that firing will not solve the problem. So in this case, companies are also adjusting themselves, and they have come to the conclusion that firing will not help, because we need manpower to really pursue whatever manufacturing or servicing business are going on. So now companies are also realizing, and what I feel is that now companies are hiring people with multiple skills. And in colleges and in schools, I think this is a high time when these skills should be taught, so that we can take up smart professionals and hire good employees for the company for the products.
So thank you, Kanchan. So as far as my knowledge goes about the market here, by and large, I feel that the jobs which are available now are in 3 to 4 categories, where jobs are still available in abundance. And those categories are communication. So if you are a smart communicator, there is a job for you in the market. Companies are looking for these smart communicators. If you are in AI, then the jobs are available, because there are a lot of work happening in AI. The humans will be eventually replaced by AI in some of these mundane jobs, and there is a lot of development happening in that area. And the first job is in terms of transformation, because with all these transformation, the organization also requires specialists who can actually take the organization on this path. So it's very easy to say that, hey, the world has changed, it's new normal, but who's going to take that new normal ahead without disrupting the business as much as possible? So these are the three different jobs which are in high demand at this point in time. So I leave the floor open to take your comments on this.
I'll take this. So I'm just going to pick up from where CK was just talking about. Let me try to give it some kind of a structure. whatever the future brings, the workers who adapt will remain the most relevant. So, what do we take away from this? Adapt. Now, skills, communication, for instance, like CK was mentioning. So, we are talking about customer relations, AI. So, you're talking about digital skills, coding, software programming, then soft skills, like Kanchan was mentioning, emotional intelligence, flexibility, digital marketing. These are all skills which are necessary to stay globally relevant. And because of the higher unemployment or people working fewer hours, the impact of pandemic has been felt on all jobs to more or less extent in all countries. Now, where when someone is looking for a job, what is it that we will recommend? So I have a few recommendations here. That firstly, focus on finding a job where you can work remotely, because that could be an important decision to make when you apply for your next role. Again, if you're looking for a job while the sudden spikes of the COVID-19 pandemic remain a risk in general population, it becomes very, very crucial that you look for something where you can work remote or you can work from home. Even if you have to change your sector, uh, don't consider it a permanent move, because COVID is not here forever, but it's going to be there for some time. And once things recover, maybe some years down the line, your preferred industry could make a strong resurgence and could come back as well. But at this point in time, it's very important to focus very carefully on here and now. It is perhaps sensible to look carefully at positions that offer short to medium term security, at least, so you can ride out the worst of the pandemic. And that may mean freelance working somewhere else, or finding a temporary contract to keep you on track for the rest of 2020. So, having said that, the pain is there and it's not going to be all hunky dory. But when you start looking for, jobs, try to look for positions which are either freelance opportunities, opportunity to work from home, and, a structure or a product that can thrive despite of social distancing. That would be my recommendation.
We can't hear you, Kanchan. You need to put your volume on. Still can't hear you, I'm afraid. Sorry. Maybe it's Chandra that needs to turn his volume on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay,
That's
fine.
it.
Can you hear me now? Can.
No, we've lost you again. You see Chandra creeping back in. You can't hide with this, It's live.
Yes, I've corrected the problem which was with the mic. So Kanchan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying that I fully agree with Farida, but I think especially in the context of India, there is around 75% rise, 95,000 jobs are available, especially in government sector, like railways, like banks and finance. So I think people who are opting for government jobs, they have a lot of opportunities. But yes, somebody who wants to go in private sector, they must have skills which are required. That is emotional intelligence, emotional well-being, and of course, a flexibility of working.
Yeah, I think the what we're seeing, and certainly Farida's mentioned it. There are jobs available, and the key thing here is, I think Chandra, you said AI. AI is big business, but the interesting thing, AI, as far as I can see, they need programmers, they need strategists. So unless you have a particular skill in that arena, there's a lot of retraining that you might have to do to get into the jobs that are currently available. So this is a bit of being smart. The nice thing we've got is something called Google. We can always Google it. What skills are needed for this? What skills are needed for that? This person has said it's these skills. What does that mean? So if you don't understand necessarily the job descriptions that are out there, do some research. You know, if you're looking for a job, you have plenty of time on your hands. The time now is to be very focused in what you're doing. Not to say, I must have a job, I need a job, because that little gremlin that you have in the back of your head somewhere will constantly be nagging away every single time you look at the screen and you're trying to focus. So you need to be laser focused now onto what skills you've got, and then go and trial search. You know, as I say, Google is a brilliant place. You can list down a number of items with a comma after it, and all of a sudden you'll get all the news headlines from what's being said about all of those particular subjects. So this is the time, I think, for those that are struggling in this arena, is to start focused and getting some very good research around you. Remember, the job you're looking for could actually be outside your front door, but it might be, you know, halfway around the earth. It could be 10, 12,000 miles away in a digital arena. A lot of the words that Chandra was saying, there's jobs in communication. Communication is a huge word, and you need to understand what communication is. That's not telecoms, you know, that's not being, you know, plug and play and sticking things into PCs. It's how to communicate your message. A marketeer, you know, there are plenty of jobs in marketing, and all of these marketeers are very good at translating the message that's currently being said into a message that people understand. So you're putting the company directly in touch with their customer base. So now's the time not to be worried about it, not to be panicked about it, because neither of those two things are going to help you. You need to get your mind in the right place, set aside a certain amount of time of day, and whatever you do, don't do it as I see a lot of graduates do. They sit in front of a PC for 6 hours, constantly researching and researching and researching. Now, I'm nearly 62 years old. I don't sit in front of a PC for 6 hours. I'm tired after about 25 minutes of very focused type of research. And I'm no different to anybody else. So take breaks, you know, have a glass of water by the side of your PC. Do the simple things, you know, use a diary, set a timer. If you haven't got a timer, if you're using your mobile for all this searching and you can't put the timer on there, then get another timer. Go into the kitchen and set the timer on the oven so that, you know, it beeps away at you. There are lots of ways you can get around this issue, you know, and stop saying I can't and start saying I can. Because there's opportunity for you if you, and I'm going to pinch this word again, I'm afraid, if you're adaptable. And the sad thing is, not many people are. And that's why, if you are adaptable, I will guarantee you'll get a job. Because there are plenty of jobs out there.
So I think the first thing that people need today is basically understand what is the reality and adapt to it. So I think, you know, you don't want to be like an ostrich, bury your head and not look at the reality around. So I think the reality is very, very clear that the jobs which were available earlier are not available now. And what is new, as Neville said, a job may be 12,000 miles away from your location. So I think time has come to really become digital, find out what are the jobs which are there. For instance, let me throw some examples. You know, if you look at the media business, that was such a thriving business world over, and different kinds of media being sold by everyone, news to entertainment to movies to anything else, and people makes billions of dollars out of this revenue. In fact, it is one of the biggest grosser of the industry anywhere in the world. what has happened now? There are no new movies in the theaters because the artists have not gone for recording because there is COVID lockdown everywhere. So where will you shoot the new movies? So I think there is a gap. People still need to be entertained. How they get entertainment? There is a digital arena which can be used. So the media can be simply shift from that place to the digital space. So I think this is where the opportunities are. There are a lot of opportunities in the marketing arena. There are a lot of opportunities in influencers because the old way of advertising is gone. There is no advertisers now looking at the content because the content is not there at all. The old type of content. The new content, that means new advertisers are coming in. So you need to create the new content, become an influencer, become a good marketeer, digital marketeer, become a media professionals, become an AI, become data scientist, become a transformation expert, or become a good communicator. So I think these are the opportunities which are available in abundance. What do you guys have to say about this?
I think I'll pick this up here. When you talk about artificial intelligence, it's a very broad umbrella, and people start getting worried, oh, my job is going to go away. So, the World Economic Forum actually predicts that about 75 million jobs will be displaced with AI. But at the same time, 133 million new jobs will be created because, end of the day, a machine can do repetitive tasks. At least in my knowledge, I don't think that it will replace humans. It will augment human life. It will augment the human experience. It will take away the work which is very repetitive, monotonous, admin. It will take away that work and give the user data which is actually mined in the proper format for them to take actions. So basically, jobs are not going away. Robots are not going to become, they are not going to kind of take away your job. They are perhaps going to help you to make better decisions, to do things which you can do much better if you are engaged. It will not take away the human touch at all. At least I don't think so. Maybe I'm old, but I don't think it's going to happen at least in the next 50 years or what. So the thing is that there are opportunities. Yes, of course, the pay scales probably have gone down because every industry has suffered. And then, the way you actually deliver your services also changed. Like Chandra was just now mentioning, that entertainment is kind of moved because movies are not being released in theaters. You see all of them being released on OTT platforms. Influencers, yes, advertising is changed completely. In fact, yesterday somebody presented a strategy to me, and it's an advertising firm, so it's actually a PR firm, and they presented a strategy. And I think they've had a very steep learning curve because they have realized that if they give me 100,000 budget and $100,000 of budget, and if they give me the same things which everybody else was doing 6 months ago, I'm just going to listen to them out of respect but not do anything about it. So they came back with some very smart strategies, which was using some of these influencers to actually drive the message, use soft power to attract people, use inbound rather than outbound. So I think that world is changing, and definitely if the individual is adaptable, again I'm going to take my word back, if you can adapt to lead, there are a lot of opportunities for you.
You're absolutely right, and the thing is, I'm gonna pinch it again, but don't worry about that. You mentioned I think the critical part here that we need people to focus on is that Farida's absolutely right. For every job that AI will take, and remember, it's taking the repetitive jobs away, and we know something about repetition. It's boring. Who wants to be boring? If anyone's listening to this and want to be boring, just don't listen to anything else we're going to say, because no one wants to be boring and no one wants to listen to someone that's boring. And that's what robots are there for. AI is a robot. It is doing repetitive tasks that somebody's programmed. So for every job that's taken away, which I say, tick that box, let's get rid of them very quickly, there's probably at least 2, if not 3, that will replace that job. The issue is, the likelihood is, it will be at a more technical level. So I think something that we need to realize is we need to become a bit more technically minded. Now, that might just be using an app in the way the app's designed. So you don't have to go on a university course to be technically minded. You just have to Google something and find out what you need to know to have the sufficient technical skills to get ahead of the curve. There used to be a phrase in business many years ago, and it was about consultants. A good consultant is only there because they're half an hour better than the staff. And if you think about that, you know, I see Farida's laughing there, and Chandra's trying to break a smile, because we've all been consultants and we've all hired consultants. And that's really what a consultant's just ahead of the curve. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for someone just ahead of the curve. It might be a long curve or a short curve, but the point is, that's why they're a consultant. That's why they're the expert. And we will always need experts. The more AI comes in, the bigger requirement there will be for specialists. So if you really enjoy something that you're doing, become the specialist in that particular part. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a plumber, an architect, a sculptor, just become the expert. And just picking up what Farida said, this influencer arena, ironically, I was told that I'm one of 100 top influencers in the world in a particular subject. I've no idea why that's the case. And it doesn't really bother me. But the point is, if you get to an influencer, understand what they're saying and what they're doing, and be the influencer in your specific arena. Because we're crying out for specialists. And the more specialist you become, the easier the jobs will be that are coming out there. You may even create a new area that people haven't thought of before, and then be happy and drive hard on it. Be very focused and enjoy it. One word that as the older we get, the more important this word becomes. I love my job. What does that mean? Because if you don't love it, get another one. Simple as that, really.
To add,
I'd like to share.
There are
Sorry,
jobs.
go ahead.
There are jobs, and job seeker need not to worry. Just enhance their skills and be positive and have flexibility and adaptability. So they will get job of their choice.
Okay, so I like to just share a funny incident from yesterday. Somebody reached out to me and said, I'd like to have a chat with you. And I know the person, so I said, okay, let's talk. And they actually told me that they are offering a second opinion. So that person has actually made it their business. So they are offering a second opinion for a fee. Quite a novel idea, and initially I laughed, but I was actually thinking, yes, I mean, it is lonely at the top.
It's very smart. It's very smart.
Yes, and it is fairly lonely at the top. I don't have anyone to kind of bounce my thoughts off, because mostly people are going to agree with me if I talk to my team. And I mean, I respect this person, so I wouldn't mind paying to take a second opinion. So people can get very creative and they can find some niches in there. So I'm just saying that the sky is the limit. We are very fortunate to be in a digitally enabled world where we can actually, give our services online. You could be sitting thousands of miles away and still be able to do work for somebody that far away from you. So, well, I mean, it's not that the impact is really serious with this pandemic, but some good will come out of it, because very overrated stuff like brick and mortar is definitely becoming passé. So there would be opportunities. And yes, if you need a second opinion, I can do it for a fee.
I think someone might call that coaching, but maybe coaching is a bit historic, you know. But a second opinion, I've heard of people that are offering second opinions, and it made me laugh because immediately I thought, well, that's a real interesting gimmick. And of course, that's what you've got to do to get into the market these days. You've got to have a gimmick. You've got to have, as someone might have said years ago, you've got to have an angle to get in, a bit of leverage. You know, there's all these wonderful words in the dictionary that we can utilize, but fundamentally, we've all got it. It's about time we start to use it.
So great. I think we had a very good conversation today, and learning from the leaders like yourself, it has been a great value to our viewers. I'm sure they will be able to change their job scenario, take some of these tips that we have discussed today, and find the reskilling opportunities for themselves and find appropriate job for themselves. So with this message, I would like to end this discussion today, and I'd like to thank you, all of you, Farida, Kanchan, and Neville. Thanks for your input, and we will catch up next Friday.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy Halloween.
Bye.